What is up, everybody? Oh, that is loud. Let me just turn that down. Anyway, so GUDAGUDA event started. I got a good chunk of FP here and some free summons, so I'm gonna see if we can get Ku real quick. So this is actually an FP rolling stream. You all have been lied to. So we get 2 free summons a day. I like how Ku is on the banner. They know. They absolutely know. Yep, no luck there. I'm gonna use everything that I got here, because I might as well. I want Billy and Ku. Those are the 2 3-stars that actually matter here. Well, there's one of the XP bombs, so that's nice. That's why it's so good to use or FP right now, is because you can get all the usual stuff, but you can also get XP for CEs. So it's more boom for your buck, and you can get Nobukatsu, who I already have, but if you don't have them, now is the time. I like how I got a 3. Yeah, Jin K and Saber Gillis. Yeah, that's the ones, guys. Gotta get those passives unlocked. Let me just get those to 120 real quick. Clearly. Maybe at 120, Jin K'd be good as a level 70, 100 face. Probably not, though. Actually, I wouldn't mind a Hohenheim. Hohenheim is 1 away from his passive. And I think Qin Gong is another one that I want. Nobukatsu gives 15 coins. Yeah, I figured they'd make it more generous. I've heard you can get his coins from the shop and stuff, but I don't know what the ratio is like. And if like you can even get the cap. And if you can get the cap, like you probably still have to get him to bond 15. So then getting copies from FP means you don't have to get bond 15. So you can only get 300 from the shop. Wow. Okay, yeah, they're wanting you to use FP then. So yeah, you definitely need to get... Look at that, 3 XP bombs right there. What do I even need to level? I don't know. So the Steno account got Nobukatsu from its free FP summon, the first one. So just boom, done. I'm gonna do a couple of account reviews today as well. Try and stay on top of that. Oh, you can get 4-star CE bomb. I forgot about that. There's the lad. And not much luck with the Kus right now. Come on, game. Oh! You just gotta ask for it. You know what's sad though? Unless I've gotten Ku and I didn't realize it. I cannot actually... Yeah, I need 5. Yeah, I thought that's how it was. So I needed 2 to actually get another Grail in. Feels bad, but it's a start. I need so many more Kus, dude. I don't even have all of his passives yet. I don't have his battery one. But hey, I'll take one. Hopefully before this event is over, I'll get one more, because you get a lot of FP in this event. Like a lot. So I'm hoping I just get one more copy of him. That way I can at least grail him one more time. Because I'm not expecting to get him to 120 until I actually use my SQ again. Oh, Qin Gong. That's good. I need Qin Gong. Bin K coins, though. Yeah, we'll check our bronzes after this and see what we can do. Another Qin Gong, alright. My Ku is bond 14. He's like 600k away from bond 15. Which, if I got that, he would have enough coins then. But 600k takes a while. Damn, look at all this XP I'm getting. That's nice. Another Nobukatsu. Well, it is Ku. It's just the wrong one. Wrong luck indeed. More Nobukatsu. Hey, on the ult account, we need Proto-Ku. Although I might grail him over here too someday. Especially if he got an animation update. All this XP that I don't need right now. More Qingong. Gonna have to clean up my inventory in a second here. I'll go until it forces me. I'm just glad I got one Ku, like that's good enough, really. Yeah, I hate coins, they're pretty scummy. Like, I don't mind some of the like options they give you, but the way that they incentivize you to roll, even if you already have the servant at NP5 and everything, all that's just awful. And the fact that the passives aren't handcrafted, they're generic. Oh good, Hohenheim, that's good. Not as good as Ku, but getting his starting NP means he can turn 1 NP with more CE options. I could just make CE bombs and not actually level a craft essence right now, but we'll see. Oh, there's Herbitrot. I think that's NP3 for her now. It's actually kind of crazy that I've only got her at NP3. I've used a lot of FP over the last 2 months or whatever. No Angras, but it's not that much FP. Another Nobukatsu. I probably got enough of him between that and the shop coins. He'll probably be able to get all of his stuff. There's an event CE. Alright, let's see what we're looking at here. Yeah, she's in P3. Almost forgot to do that. Look at it taking 500k QP. Stupid Liz, man. Okay, so Canis I got her first and second passive, that makes sense. Got enough for a Tristan one, I've got enough for one passive on him. That's kind of sad, I would have liked to have gotten his first and second. Just roll, forehead. Okay, Proto-Ku's at 160, so he can get one. Hohenheim definitely wants his second one. Let's see if Qingong. I may have already had his second one, not sure. I wish these would order them in a more, like, God, the fucking UI for this is so bad. Like, just list my servants like you normally do. Because then I could just scroll down to the 65s and find Qingong, where now it's like, God knows where he actually is. Okay, he's only got 74 coins, and he's already got his second skill. Those are not the proper level one, though. I want to know if I've leveled it to 10 or not. But the game makes it fucking ridiculous to actually find anything in this. It's beyond me how bad their UI design is. It's just ridiculous. What's Nobukatsu at? 100. So he's at 400, essentially, once I do the event. And I'll get more copies of him over a few days, so he's fine. There's my Chin-Gong. Okay, his second skill's already at 10. What do you... I guess I get his extra attacks just for the lulz. Alright, anything that I actually want to get right now. Wow, I am really surprised. What is his anti? But I'm surprised I didn't get his first one just because I did, even though he's not a good solo unit, it's fun to solo with him and then the extra attack is so good. Anti-Saber, that is fun. That is fun, you know, murder Artoria or whatever. It's good for farming. And the game crashed. Okay. Hold on. Been doing that more lately. Actually, the game didn't crash. Samsung Dex crashed. Not the most reliable program. Okay. What the hell was I saying? Something about Arthur, but anyway, I guess I just need to get another copy of him, right? So I can get 10 coins. It's either that or I get his bond up. If I get one bond rank on him, he can get his first passive. Let me look at... He's probably already bond 11 though, so it'd be pretty terrible. No, he's not bond 11, so just get a million bond. Just get a million bond, forehead. No big deal, right? Just it's basically bond 1 to bond 10 again. No problem. Let's see where Ku's at, because he's the only character I want to get bond 15 on. Yeah, he's at 600k, 613. I think you get 20 coins from bond 10 to 11 and then 11 to 12 and so on and so forth. Hey, she's getting there. That's something. Surprised Billy's that far along. I don't farm with him too much. And she doesn't even have it. I might need to get Mori bond 11 because I don't want to have to roll a bunch of NP copies of him, right? I don't want to waste SQ on 3 stars I already have at NP 5. But it'd be nice to get Mori's extra attack up and stuff. Let me see where Mordred is at with her passives here. She's at 190. Okay, she's already... Right, because I got in her MP5. Yeah, she's fine, because she's already got all 3 of hers. And I don't really plan on grailing her to 120 or anything, so she's good. She doesn't even need bond then. Tesla could use bond because no guarantee I'm going to be able to get more copies of him, and if I could get at least one more passive, that would be nice. I mean, they've given out bond grails several times, and then you can get them with rare prisms, and I would really hope people understand this by now. Even though I'm free to play, except for Edmund, I've been playing for so long, it's not hard to get rare prisms. Like, it's not. There are so many golds that when I pull them, I'm like right into the fire. And then also they give out rare prisms a lot now. Like, they just, an event reward is rare prisms now. And then like when you get a welfare you already have, you get a bunch of rare prisms. So it's like, and I've been playing the game for years. I have a lot, I don't even have, I have like right now, like I only have like 5 rare prisms on me or something because I just bought like lures. But I can get so many more rare prisms in the blink of an eye if I want to, because I have like a trillion golds I don't care about that I can just instantly burn. Yeah, like double Morgan, I'm never leveling Morgan, I don't like her at all. So there's a bunch right there. I got double Himiko in like my second storage. from Saito. I got, you know, Kiara. I got Wu there, right? It's like I did so many rare prisms. Casterless doesn't get one there. Like, let me look at all these. Like, I'm not leveling any of this. Fucking double regular Liz. Why do I have Void Cheeky? That must have been GSSR. I wouldn't be against burning Void Cheeky, but I wouldn't do it unless I like really needed it. Like, and like Trap Face, I'm surprised I haven't burned that already. Like, you know, endless rare prisms here. It's not luck. Like, people say this all, it's not luck. You play the game for fucking 6 years, you're gonna get some golds. See, what happens is, a lot of people, they play the game for like a year, and then that's it. Or they play it for a long time, but they don't want to burn anything, right? They want to burn, or they want to keep every gold that they get. Where I don't, right? It's actually the opposite for me. When I get a gold, it's more likely that I don't like them than do. So. Considering the amount of SQ I spent, it was really not that lucky to get double Morgan, no. It's like every time I see people bitching about this, they save up to like 200 SQ, and then they're mad that they don't get the 5-star. It's like, brah. Okay, I guess we gotta clean up our inventory before we go smack the event. I don't even need to do this event though. It doesn't have particularly good rewards, and I've already got all of the loot from it from last year. I think you get Void Dust or something. And I think the challenge quest gave bones, so fuck yeah. Just keep a Nobukatsu in case I ever need like a level 1 of him or something. Dude, you see it all the time when like people get salty on Wiki or Reddit or whatever, and they use like 300 SQ and they're like, I don't get the 5-star. It's like, it takes so little time. As a free-to-play, it takes so little time to get up to 300 SQ. So it's like, what are you doing? People don't know how to do math. You know, I'm burning Wu right now. Wait a minute. Now, I should at least keep her in case she gets an interlude or a strengthening quest that has good content in it. There's no reason to burn something unless you actually need the rare prisms, because there's always those stages that have like, you know, fun for testing or whatever, so I should keep it just for that. Also, if I remember correctly, if you get a servant up to the requirement to do their interlude or strengthening quest, and then burn them, you can still do their interlude and strengthening quest. Like if you close out and do it again. Don't need that one, that's an extra copy. Trying to think if anybody actually needs faux items on my account right now. Oh, that's an extra copy. Okay, I already have the other Liz, so I don't care about that one. Right into the fire. Rank ups have been interesting occasionally. Like, normally interludes are more likely to be interesting, but they've had a couple of rank ups that were alright. But there's no reason to, like, again, it's like people get so dumb with this game, dude. They act like, oh, there's never been X, so it's literally never gonna happen, but until it does, right? You used to never have interludes that had break bars, but now we do. You know, Summer Servants used to not get buffs until Summer Martha got buffed. You know, Welfares used to not get buffed until now a bunch of them have been buffed, right? It's like, there's no reason in assuming patterns. People are so bad about that in FGO Where they just like, oh no, they never do this, or every third moon they always do this, right? And it's like, brah. Like, this game breaks patterns so often, it's like you should be expecting that instead of the opposite, really. Why no Nobu buffs? Yeah, they just hate Nobu. I figure if they ever do like a rerun or a main interlude or something like that for the original GUDA event, that's when they buff her. Because they're really on about being thematic lately. Alright, any craft essences I'm actually working on. I mean, I guess I could get this to 100 instead of 99. Not that it's that big of a deal, but... Let's see, if I was gonna level anything else right now, it'd probably just be like one of the other aerial drives. I don't really need to level any of this stuff. Guess I'll just make a CE bomb for now, because I don't really know what I want to do. I have so much junk. Jeez, hold on, let me fix some of this. I mean, Big Mama Nobu doesn't need a buff at all. She's so much better than people think, and she already has been buffed. She's so much better than Archer Nobu, it's not even funny. Archer Nobu is one of the worst 4 stars in the game, for sure. It's her and Cha-Cha. Cha-Cha's worse. Because Cha-Cha is like such a meaningless character because she's so vanilla, and then your budget like free alternatives are better than she is. I don't think there's any reason for me to have a second MLB of this, but I'll do it for now just to save inventory space. But I've already got one at level 39 there, so I don't see the. But it's not that good of a gut CE. The other one's better. Alright, well that's good enough for now. I actually burned all my low star CEs, so I can't make a CE bomb right now. Alright, off we go. The Cha-Cha, Archer Nobu, they're really the only golds that actually come to mind right now that are terrible. And Archer Nobu is better than Cha-Cha. You used to be really bad, but she's fine now. Like, she's totally fine now. Like, her buff was so big. Like, that was... Oh, yeah, Helena. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, Helena is better than Cha-Cha, though. But yeah, Helena is pretty... Do I have enough to limit break another one? Not quite. Yeah, this is one of the only events where I have the CEs for it, because I got a bunch of them when I was rolling for Saito last year. Generally, I don't have the Gasha CEs, but that'll make this event really easy for me. I remember I got absurd luck with it too, because I kept getting the 5-star CE just over and over, like pull after pull, and I could not get Saito to save my life. It took me forever to get Saito. Like, it's pretty bullshit, because what happened was, I got one copy of Saito and 1 summon ticket. I'm like, oh, okay, well 4 stars feel really complete if they're just NP2, so because I got an NP1 for free, I'll just roll until I get literally 1 copy of them, right? And I got all of this before I got 1 copy of him. Did not go well. Bad times, bad times. The classic indeed. It's because I got spooked a lot, I think. I got like other 4 stars instead. Because I only have him MP2. After all that, I only have him MP2. I'm not rolling again this year. Fuck that. I don't need more Himikos. No, thank you. Let's just do some OG Arash Spartacus nonsense. I want Bond on... I mean, I guess I just established I need it on Arthur, but... I mean, it's a million, that's so much. I'd like to get Chen Gong's Bond CE just for when we're dicking about. But it's more practical to get Arthur Bond right now. Mordred's closer to getting it, but she doesn't actually need it. Like, yeah, I get 30 SQ, but that's not that important in the long run. Where I actually could use Arthur's coins. Yeah, I guess I start getting Arthur Bond in the back row. I never thought I would do that. The good news is if I actually want to farm with him, that's easy. He's an easy servant to, you know, put in the front row and farm with. So it won't be that big of a deal. What was Billy at? He's pretty close too, but that's just SQ again. I don't, well, actually I do need Billy coins, but I can get Billy from FP, so. I guess Tesla's another one I need to start working on Bond, because again, coins, and he's not even Bond 10. The bad news is, Bond 1 to Bond 10, it's only 5 coins per, which is pretty useless, but, man, 400k for that one, that's pretty crappy. I think these early stages don't really drop event currency. One day I'll get a second MLB K-scope. The sad thing is I can't use it even when I get it because for videos I have to just use regular K-scope. So I have to have another K-scope on hand before I could turn it into a second MLB one. But farming becomes so easy when you have 2 MLB K-scopes. Might as well level the new Mystic Code. I don't think it's actually worth using, like, ever, but just in case. And if you ever want to test it, you need it to be at 10. This isn't a farming stage. Why, Chad just does not learn, I swear. I come in here, tell me how to play. Yep, that's gonna end well. Pretty cool MP, man. Although I miss when it was green. It used to be green, then they made it pink, and it was because of the anime. Yeah, Raj has got some green. Purple/pink is fine. I don't mind it as a color, but I mean, green is superior, clearly. I'm not one of those guys that, like, can't like pink, right? Pink is fine. It's a perfectly reasonable color, but, and so is purple. But green is better. I literally need nothing from this event, though, on my main account off memory. I mean, I guess just like the generic stuff from like, you get the command code you already have, you get a rare prism, you get and the smaller one, you get mana prisms and stuff, and FP, but the event CE sucks, and I already have it, and even if I didn't, it sucks. I don't think there's anything in the shop I care about of note. Yeah, lures are good. Everybody wants lures. But again, that's generic stuff. That's not unique to the event. Anything good in this event is just generic shit that you could get at any time. It's not like, oh man, the shop's got proofs in it. Like, I mean, it might. I don't remember, but I don't think it does. I don't know why I just cast that. What's a Rosh not do 66k? He will. He's counterclassing. Unless this thing is like a passive or something. Wow. Arash, please. You're making me look bad. Did like 65 and some change. You don't even have to do the second health bar. What was the point of that? Dude, my chat is just so retarded today. It's just full of people like trying to show off or... Wow, Green's doing this! It's like, Jesus Christ, man. Fucking GUDAGUDA rerun, people trying to show off, like, okay. Good job. I forgot how annoying Himako's voice was. Holy crap. This is such a bad CE though. You should never use it for anything ever. Like, it's not good. Yep, this shop sucks. The best thing in this shop is bullets. Bullets are okay. They're, you know, low-end mats are always annoying, but yeah, this shop is garbage. I kind of remembered that being the case stuff from last year, that it didn't really have anything good in it. Stop talking! Any gold... Okay, at least there's some gold gems in the missions. That's something. Golden Sumo is almost never the best for anything. It's just, like, second best for everything. Like, if you're purely going for crits, a lot of times other things are going to be better. Like, there's that art one that's got art up and crit up and all that. But Golden Sumo is just, like, the super universal, it's always good. But I really mean this, with the exception of a few units that, like, switch their card color a lot and stuff like that, and maybe some solos, because you're extra attacking all the time. Golden Sumo is almost never the best CE in the game. Like, oh, it's so often just, like, second or third best. It's just... Whatever is the best for a certain circumstance, like, this is the thing, this is the big thing. Whatever the best CE is in X circumstance is normally not that good in any other circumstance, right? Like, Art of Death can be really good, but it's also really bad in a lot of situations. You know, Limit Over Zero, Another Ending, all that stuff, those things, they have their moment where they're the best, but they have a lot of situations where they're not even remotely good. Where Golden Sumo is almost never the best, but it is pretty much always in the running, right? Like, it can be a burst situation, it can be a long-term situation, it can be where you need starting NP or don't need starting NP. It's always good. You can be a buster unit and it's good, you can be a quick unit and it's good, you can be an art unit and it's good, right? Might not be the best, but it's like second best or third best, and just always. So it's the most boom for your buck ever. But like, it's not this, people act like they don't have it and oh my god, it's like this most OP CE, it's so bullshit, you know, but it's not OP at all, it's just universal, like, it's just universal. It never accomplishes something, like, I can't think of a single boss fight or main story fight or farming setup or whatever that requires Golden Sumo that you couldn't do with like 40 other craft essences. There's nothing, like, it's just not one of those. It's not like the Yang CE or Black Grail, where it does something that nothing else can do. Now, there are a few units that definitely, like, excel with it way more, like Ku. Ku is really good with it, because Ku likes to do, like, NP quick, but then he'll do, like, you know, Buster a quick art, or even on his NP turn, sometimes he'll do Buster, NP Buster, and, you know, your card colors are everywhere, so attack up is the only thing that affects everything, right? And Ku crits sometimes, and he doesn't crit sometimes. You're extra attacking all the time because he's a solo unit a lot, and then extra attack only benefits from attack up. So there are a few units like, wow, this is awesome on them. But even on Ku, rarely can Ku do something with Golden Sumo that he couldn't do with something else, right? And he's literally one of the best units for it. Okay, this probably doesn't require a dedicated setup. But I'm just gonna guess it drops this map, but we'll find out. Time to... Actually, here's what we'll do. We'll get really silly here. So I want Arthur Bond. We're going to bring like all the event CEs ever and see which one it drops here. Who do I want to use for this? Okay, let's see if we can make that work. We're not trying to 3-turn, I'm trying to get a lot of bonus. Alright, let's see. This is gonna take like fucking forever, but man, I almost wish I hadn't noticed that, because now I have to do this now, because he's only 10 coins away. And he's a 5-star. I hate when you have to put a 5-star in the back, because they kill your team cost. Alright, well, no matter what this stage drops, we're getting loot. It's the most OP CE until you get it, yep. Then why can't we have Golden Sumo? I mean, one day they'll bring it back, right? Actually, because of that last event they just did, I think the odds of Golden Sumo coming back have gone up pretty dramatically. Chat, watch this. We're gonna Rule Breaker a 13k health Wasp. Well, watch this damage. She's got the event bonus too, so it's actually more damage than she normally does. That's not too bad, actually. That's probably because of the event bonus, though. I bet you that would have been like 35k or something without it. 100k, that's awfully forgiving. Yeah, right. With Dana doing 100k. What do you think she is, Bedivere? Bedivere does more damage to assassins than she does. I'm not kidding. I'm absolutely not kidding. Like, Bedivere can absolutely do 100k at neutral, you know, pretty reasonably, where Medea struggles to do that at counterclass. What's really sad is when you have to use Medea at neutral, and it's like, you're tickling them. Normal cards can do more. Medea... Crit? No. Shin-Gong? Oh, he didn't need it. Oh yeah, he's an event servant too. Actually, once you start going into like more meta setups, Shin-Gong being a damage servant's actually pretty good. Q is my favorite free-to-play assassin killer. Yeah, he actually is better than most. At least Babbage is a thing now. Babbage is actually really good at it. I should check how many Babbage coins do I have actually. Mordred is gonna do more damage here than Medea. Not even close. I don't think we actually need Medea to do anything here. Alright, if Mordred fails with that, then Medea gets to show off her 40k damage. I wonder if anybody's got a 120 Medea yet. You know, you 120 Medea, 2k foe, faux pas, all that, and you give her like limit broken level 100 Black Grail, and then you pretend she does damage. Oh hey, this stage dropped everything, so I guess bringing all those CEs ended up paying off. I can't remember how far the time lock is in this event. I think it's pretty brutal where you can't do a lot each day. Good enough. You know, shame don't have starting NP because it'd be super meta. Like dude, it is so easy for me to like 3-turn with like this. This can 3-turn like everything. It's ridiculous. But better to have the event bonuses here. It's nice too because Mordred and apparently Arthur have anti-saber, so the counterclass Lancer, they do really well against sabers, and then obviously Berserker, and then if you have to fight a pure neutral, they have, you know, really good stats. I got their MPs upgraded, and you have a lot of buffs on that setup, so yeah, that's like my go-to brain dead setup. And then obviously like Edmund double scatty, right? That always works, but I need to try to use Mordred Arthur more just because they need bond apparently. Beating up Nobus feels bad. That is not the hand that I would have wished for. See, if I had, like, the Hogwarts one equipped, I could NP right now, and then you could use your crit stuff next turn, but there's no point in doing the crit stuff here because it's all Qinggong. Actually, you know what? Let's give Qinggong a chance here. Let's see what he can do. I could do the other star ball. Yeah, okay. It's a Qinggong moment. No bust. If Arthur had a Buster card to give him the Buster card bonus, I'd be feeling more confident here. It's only 11k. He's got. Oh fuck, Arthur, you suck. This is why you didn't get an NP buff. I blame the craft essence. Well, can't blame Qinggong on that one. Toxic, yep. I'm surprised he had his crit buff. I would have thought he would have had that. Orpheon. About to have a bad time. I don't even need a buff here. I can just click button. So, Percival, you know, he's a new 4-star, but he's fuck! Everything's coming up wrong today. Anyway, Percival is unlimited. You can get him in your tutorial summon if you're lucky, because you can't get him as like the guaranteed tutorial summon, but he's just a generic 4-star. You can get any time, right? It's not story locked, it's not limited, nothing special. And so if you have like a new account, like hey, I'm just starting FGO today, right? And you just happen to get like Percival really early on in an account's life, that's actually super useful, right? He is like, I think one of the best like early units you could get for helping out a noob, because he does so much in one unit, right? You level him up, you get a good farming unit, an excellent farming unit, because he's got really high NP damage, because a lot of his damage up is like, you know, inherent in his kit. You know, you don't need to do a strengthening quest or any of that. Every time he NPs, right? Even if his skills are 1-1-1 with the long cooldowns, his NP comes with an NP up, right? So you get nice damage there. You've obviously got the NP up, art up on his first skill. It lasts multiple turns. So he's just a good farming unit, right? He just big AoE, hit stuff. And then when you're doing boss fights, like in the main story, and you're new to the game and you're working your way through stuff, or you fight a hard boss in an event or whatever, he gives you the taunt, 3-turn taunt like George, right? That's very useful, so you can protect a team like that. So if he's not counterclassing, he can at least be a tank, right? Obviously you're fighting an archer, he'll shred them. Fighting a berserker, he'll shred them. He's safe against berserkers because he's got invulnerability and a bunch of healing. But then if you're fighting at neutral, he's at least a tank, right? So he just does so much. He's basically a healer, a tank, and a really solid DPS, especially for farming, all in one, right? Just in one unit, right? So you get one unit and you get all of that. Like, there's other units that are, you know, pretty handy like that too, but Percival's a 4-star, so he's more obtainable, and like, that really is useful for a new account. Like, you get a lot out of that. Yeah, his mats aren't too bad. And even Camelot medals, as long as you don't have like a million servants that need Camelot medals, they're not bad. They're actually pretty easy, I would say. But if you do want to, if you end up like getting a bunch of characters that all need them, if you have to like farm them through free quests, then that gets pretty annoying. Let's see if I can guess what this stage drops based off what the other ones dropped. So this was gold and silver. This was everything. So this is going to be bronze, mostly. And then probably something else. That would be my guess. Probably bronze and silver, I guess. But it could be bronze and gold. There's no way to know, really. I could have known if I had seen which one this dropped. Whichever one this dropped less of, probably more of drops in this one. But we'll go bronze. Let's see if someone slotted a bronze. Oh, here we go. We got MLB. Fucking Vinch, though. Let's just go all bronze, see if we're right. Look at this CE giving all health stat. The proofs are never good, but you can get a lot of them early on, so you're not leveling a million things. The problem is Ku is a pretty fundamental unit, David is a pretty fundamental unit, and they both take proofs. And I think Nash takes proofs too. And most people level those 3 units, so a bit nasty. Arthur, don't fuck it up. You got a 3-turn buster up now. There you go. Dude, all health stat CEs. Yeah, Buki's a pretty good carry. The only issue would just be the kind of a lot of soft survival instead of hard survival, but still, she's a pretty good carry. Most 5 stars though can carry no matter what, but she's better than the average, I would say. I don't actually need to cast those, but yeah, rulers obviously good carries. I remember on NA everybody used Joan of Arc for like everything because she was such easy mode. $98. Making me click buttons game. Yeah, Scatty needs so much Void Dust. I remember leveling mine, it was awful. I think she used like one skill rank would use some Void Dust and the next skill rank would take 44. I remember the 44 and you have to do that 3 times, so. And I think she takes Void Dust to ascend as well. Should have used CS, clearly. Okay, yeah, it's silver and bronze. It's overwhelmingly bronze, though. Yeah, the old servants all use the same stuff, and the new servants use that stuff too, so it's not great. Oh yeah, don't you have to like collect taxes in this event? I remember that. It's super annoying. It's like every so often you get, and like oh that's right, you make like a farm or whatever, and it like grows void crack for you. I remember that's probably the best thing about the event actually, is some of the mats that you grew or whatever. That was way better than the shop. Bone zone. Thankfully stakes aren't an issue for me, only because there's less people that need stakes than everything else in terms of like low-end mats, and I only have a few of the new kids that use it anyway, so stakes have always been easy for me. Let's see. We'll at least make sure we unlock this part, because I know you get time gated pretty early on, so we need 20 of those and 10 of the other one. Let's see. Okay, we'll do this one first. I want bronze mats anyway. What Qin Gong gives. Nobody slotting Qingong, man. Feels bad. What I need is, you know, he drops the other one. But I want the bronze. On the long run, I want the bronze mats more than I want the building stuff. I'll just go with somebody that's got a limit broken bronze drop. Oh, and he gives the thing anyway. Oh, why don't I bring in Medea? I don't need Medea Bond. Let's do that. Actually, I don't really need Mordred Bond. Like, sure, it's nice if I get the 30 SQ, but that's really not a priority. What's she give? I think it's class-based. That's good enough. Actually, I don't really... I do want Qingong's Bond CE, but I don't really need to bring him either. Yeah, a lot of Fate Stay Night stuff is event bonus and GUDAGUDA events. That's like the only time they get used for anything. I don't really plan on playing Genshin until they get out of the weeb zone, but the bad thing is, like, the main thing why I don't want to play Genshin anymore is because I think the main story is just so bad now that it's awful and I don't want to play it. And it's like, it takes so long to get through it because they made it so you can't skip dialogue quick anymore, which is because they're trying to waste your time. And like the story is nothing but talking and talking and talking and talking and about nothing, and it's just over and over and again. It's the worst. And I'll play it again though when they get to the next zone, which I think is like Middle East based or something, so that sounds interesting. But the problem is I have to actually get through the weeb zone to do the new zone whenever it comes out. So every once in a while I log into Genshin and just like autopilot the main story and try to get it over with, because it's terrible, dude. Like, my god, they did such a bad job with that. Like, I actively don't want to play the game because of how bad they made the main story. And like, hey, you can't skip it, and there's like just so much filler. I mean, it's just excuses for you to talk to townsfolk about nothing. That's like all the main story is. And then they literally made it so you can't skip it. Like you used to be able to skip it super fast. Now they have to like wait a long time between each bit of dialogue before you can skip. Which they totally did that on purpose. Should have cast that earlier because she did the 2 art cards and she could have had the NP gain for the 2 art cards. I don't know if that would have been 15% or not, but... Come on, Medea. Medusa, excuse me, other M. Actually, you don't want to be other M either, that's even worse. Yeah, I was really disappointed with that big update, the big weeb zone. It wasn't just the zone itself and like all that, but just on so many levels, I think they're going in the wrong direction with that game. And it was a huge turn off to me, which is unfortunate because there's a lot of things I like in the game, and I think it has one of the best monetization models out of any of the gacha games, so there's like plenty of good things to say about it, but like they've done such a bad job in handling like their in-game content and like just making interesting repeatable content. They've done a terrible job with that. They've done a terrible job with their gearing, and like they've done what little hard content there is, it's all gear based and just phase tank based, and it's shit, and it doesn't need to be that way. It literally doesn't need to be that way. Yeah, and they started catering to like the CCP so much too, and that got really obvious as it went on, and that was getting pretty yikes. Look at this chat. I barely have 1,000 apples. Okay, this one wasn't Qingong either, I don't think. good enough. He's worth a dark brown log, whatever. I can put him in the front, that's fine. What's she worth? Did this event have a welfare? I don't even remember. I guess it's Nobukatsu, right? Like, he doesn't exactly fit the bill in a typical way, but that's probably how these see it, so it's basically Nobukatsu. Okay, we don't really need Qingong Bond right now. I mean, I want it in the long run, but in the short term, it's not a big deal. Trying to see if it's class-based. I think it is. And like special ones get more than one at a time. Bet you Nobukatsu gets one of each because he's new in this event. Yep. What did this stage drop? I forgot. I think it was silver and gold, I think. Yep. So weird having Gasha's CEs for an event because just so many of them I don't have them. That's all I got for that. Look at all this drop bonus though, damn. I think they will give out Nobu as a welfare again, kind of like how they just did with Liz. I think we're going to start seeing them do that from time to time if they do like a package event like that. I think that's how they're going to address like how much old content there is you kind of package a bunch of stuff together like that. I really think we're going to see that. And that's also their way of the coins is how they're going about coins to like old welfares and stuff, and so it doesn't take them like forever. Look at Ku doing 10k when he's got like some random ass CE and no event bonus. This is one of the few times Ku's not an event servant in a GUDAGUDA event. It's because they hate him apparently. Hawaiian shirt win. Because my Ku is just so upgraded at this point. He's a strong lad. If I can get one more Ku copy, I can get him to 106. Let's see. By some miracle, this will at least kill 2. Yeah, no, I didn't think so. Actually, we're not gonna kill 2. I should have swapped Arthur and Saito around there. What would have been true pain there is if Fionn had cast Evade. For turning chat. The horror. Okay, it's mostly silver, like overwhelmingly. Chat, imagine making bronze free quests that cost 40 AP. FGO's horrible, dude. Like 40 AP for these, like, it's just so dumb. And then every free quest from now on is gonna be 40 AP in this event. That's how every event is in FGO. It's like, it's just so scummy, dude. Yeah, they've only got 2 limited 1 stars. Nobukatsu and Paul, but I guess Paul's not really limited anymore because she has a main interlude. We're growing QP, boys! So what I should have done was done this before I streamed when I woke up, because then like a good chunk of this cooldown would be gone, but I don't care, it's not really that important. This stage will probably drop like that clay or whatever. Whatever this is. Actually, maybe not though, let me see. Himiko, stop talking. I miss when like Caneth was in the event shop, that was great. Okay, yeah, it dropped here, so this maybe drops all three, who knows? I doubt they're gonna be that generous this early, but you never know. I should actually summon Mash. Bet nobody slots Mash. Cause is Himiko universal? Yeah, she is too, cause she roll the Gasha today. Maybe they'd make the counter class make sense. You know what? We'll bring Nobu. Good old 1115. I never gave her full items. That's funny. I'm not surprised because she's kind of shit, but that's brutal. Whenever I want to use Nobu, I would normally use like Rexes or something like that. I know quite a few people that have leveled up their Nobus. At least she's got a 50% event bonus. That's something. Oh, big boy. Oh, I should have changed my CEs to be more rounded. Whoops. Should have done a coup card. Look at that jackass. Taking my NP. See, the Nobu buff is Avenger Nobu stage 1. That's the Nobu buff. Ku just here to collect that bond. She didn't even kill that. I mean, to be fair, she didn't have full items and her craft essence sucks and all that, but still. Work with me here. Guys, I'm being serious. Because they do buff welfares, right? It happens now. They've buffed Shiki, they've buffed Chloe, although that's kind of a weird one. They've buffed Saber Lily. I think there's a couple other ones that I'm forgetting, but you know, Shiki got a full-on, you know, super strong buff. So, you know, it happens, right? It happens. So, actual question. So, let's say FGO goes another 10 years, right? Which would not surprise me. But so between now and whenever FGO's done, who gets buffed at all or first? Archer Nobu or Rider Kentoki? I think Nobu, right? Because let's not be this ridiculous. You know, it makes so much sense for Nobu to get buffed, but it's possible that it's Kentoki just because he's so popular, right? Because if they brought back, like they did a package event, oh yeah, they just buffed Liz, right? They buffed both welfare Liz's, right? They buffed Caster Liz and Oh, hell no, they buffed Saber Liz too, and Alter Ego Liz. So yeah, they buffed all three of them. So yeah, lots of welfare buffs these days. But because Gintoki is so popular, and I could see them doing a package event with all that, you know, he might actually get buffed before her. But I think it'll be Nobu, because they could do a package event with like Nobu related stuff, and then she could get buffed that way, or any other time like Shiki did. You know, Shiki got buffed just out of nowhere, just because. So I think Nobu's more likely, but I'm not gonna be shocked if Gintoki gets it. Imagine Gintoki with like a buffed NP that gives him like NP gain up. Gotta make it more consistent in team play, you see. Ow! Trying to kill my coup, man. That's what I get for not using my skills there. Yeah, because when you buff an NP, you get your generic damage up, right? Normally about 20%. And then so you give Gintoki 20% more NP damage, essentially, and then you give him NP gain up, so he can loop even easier. And fuck it, you go nuts, and you make it like 50% like Hohenheim for 3 turns on 1 NP. So then you NP twice, and now you have 100% NP gain up for 3 turns. Like, yeah, this makes sense. No power creep here. Give him crit up. Yeah, that'd be pretty nasty. I could see them doing that actually. That's what I was saying was a meme. That I could see them doing. They'd probably buff his 3rd skill though. Or maybe his 2nd skill just because it's vanilla. Nobu on Nobu violence. Big yikes. Let's see. What did that drop? I did drop everything. How about that? Yeah, I dropped both mats. Like everything for both. The water gun. What I like about that, it's kind of like they're in a crowd and the one is like, you know, trying to secretly shoot the other one. It's like they're not even looking. No, of course they're not gonna make a skill that consumes SQ. Like, of course not. That's like, no way. If they ever did something weird like that, they would do QP, and it wouldn't even be very much. But they probably wouldn't even do that. I've never played a Shin Megami Tensei game. I've listened to their soundtracks, but I've never actually played one of the games. They don't really look up my alley, but you know, I'm not gonna have a strong opinion about one until I actually played one, but yeah, they never appealed to me really, but this music's good. This stage probably not gonna be a drop everything stage. Oh wait, no, this is a side story thing. This isn't a free quest. I mean, it could drop stuff. There we go. What could go wrong here? I'll do that so I can protect Mori. What a weak team. Like, so no starting NP, bunch of bad CEs. I don't even know what that is, Observer. I'll probably play like more side games and stuff if I ever get my health under control, because right now I have to go, it takes a long time for me to get myself like presentable on stream, right? And then I have to deal with it again later. But once I get that stuff sorted out, it'll be easier for me to stream more. I'd like to play other stuff just to mix it up. Like gong 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 there on the mob. Let's see. Hoping somebody would have an art card for Arthur there. Was he hiding in the pot? Is that what that was? Nice damage. Can't even hit a berserker hard, man. You know what? We're just gonna do Mori things here. I don't even need this buff, but I'm doing it. I clearly don't need that buff, but I'm doing it. Guys, do you think Mori can do 36k? But he's got a bad craft essence, guys. Oh, how did that happen? Man, now we're just bullying cool characters. Thanks for the NP nerd. They're such a cool welfare. I really wish they would get buffed. They're actually one of my favorites. I keep forgetting they're a welfare, actually. Like, they're awesome. I love their characters and their voice acting and stuff. They're great. Like, they're super interesting and unique. And, they're not very good, though. Like, that's what hurts. They're not terrible, right? They're way better than Cha-Cha and, like, Archer Nobu, but when you got things like Ryder Kentoki, Oshi, Ricky Boy, you know, Medusa, Alex, there's no need for them gameplay-wise at all. So I hope they get buffed, because they're great. I like their Valentine's Day scene, you know, she looks like she's gonna, you know, rip your head off because you're giving him chocolate, but then she's just like, I want chocolate too. Like, fair enough. I really don't know what the player would be thinking in that context, though. Like, you'd have to be really stupid to do what the player does in that interlude, and you basically just luck out. Okay, we need a lot of the light, I don't know, what is that, wheat? Logs? I don't know, I guess it's wheat or something, that's what we need. Okay, we got another free quest, we'll do that. Maybe it drops wheat, right? It could happen. I wonder if anybody slots Nobukatsu during this event. There we go. Easy. Look at that double Nobukatsu, that's how you do it. Okay, well, Mori gives wheat, but I think does Saito drop? Dude, I could take Himiko out of my second storage, and I could literally use her for the event bonus. But, that's not gonna happen. I could probably guess what they drop, but, we'll just go with the well-rounded CEs and get what we get. I need to bring Arthur for Bond, but let's not put him in the front. That just seems like a dumb idea. Level 1 Himiko meta, yep. I don't think there's ever been a caster node or a berserker node where I would have needed Ryoma to 3-turn it. Like, it's really easy to 3-turn with a Raj, Spartacus, Medusa, Ryder Kentoki. There's like, sure, there's ways if you know you don't have some of those things that you can still use Ryoma to help farming, but I don't think there's ever been a time where it's like, oh man, I can't 3-turn this. If only I used Ryoma, then I could do it. But they're not terrible for farming, but they're pretty niche. I think there's just better options, that's the thing. Yeah, Himiko is definitely one of those characters, because like everyone's got their own subjective taste, right? Like everyone's got the things you like and don't like. But there's that kind of like Nero, you know, Himiko voice. Those kind of voices are always divisive, right? Like so much of the voice acting in FGO does not get any hate whatsoever. I would say actually 90% of the voice acting in FGO doesn't get any hate. Even if it's not up someone's alley, it doesn't annoy them. But yeah, like Wu, Nero, you know, Himiko, those kinds of things. Some people really like it, but they definitely draw a noticeable amount of this is super annoying, which I'm in that camp. I do find it super annoying. I don't blame the voice actors though. They're just doing their job and they're actually like they are accomplishing what they're being told to accomplish, you know, rather well. So, oh, Saito really doesn't want to be in the front row either. Look at me bringing sabers over here. Because those voice actors have done other roles, right? And they're totally fine. You know, Nero is clearly being directed to sound like a man-child, right? Like, or excuse me, a woman-child, but... I always dislike those kinds of voices because they're just really fake, and then they just sound really squeaky and annoying, and they're just so unreal. Like, Nero is so obviously an adult trying to sound like a child, and I'm like, that's not a good thing in my eyes, right? I don't find that as a positive trait. I probably could have just done the coup card, but... Oh, no, I lied. But for real, I think people can see what I'm saying. Most of the characters that when they're released, you know, people might mention, oh, I really like their voice acting or whatever, but you hardly ever will hear anyone say they don't like the voice acting of a character. Like, the exception is definitely like the squeaky mice, you know, type voices. Those definitely, I think, bug some people. Okay, these stages are actually getting high enough stats that I need to bring teams that are a bit more competent, even if I am worrying about event bonus stuff. Hey look, our CE did something. I've never seen someone dislike Ziggurat's voice, but there's probably, you know, there's always one out there for everybody, right? You know, there's, even though I was just saying there's almost, you know, almost no negative feedback for most of the voice acting, there's still that one guy, right? But that's true for just about everything out there. But yeah, I've never heard anybody dislike Ziggurat's voice, but I assume something bugs everyone. I mean, it's really easy to tell Ziggurat's voice is the same voice actor as Kaiba. He's using a very similar kind of voice and everything, in inflection even. Like, it's very, very obvious. It's ended up being a lot worse than I thought because of Saito. He really bogged the team down. That's true. If you never watched the Japanese, then that would actually make sense. But yeah, that is Jesus. We bring this up a lot, but Canis, she does Canis obviously. So Canis, a Plot Monk, Pink Valkyrie. I think there might be one other one. That is just disgusting range. Like, that is crazy. Like, normally, even when a voice actor has really good range, or they're just really good at putting a different like inflection on their voice, like you can tell it's them, but they have a very different vibe, and you know they fit the character and all that. Rarely do you hear a voice, you know, especially if you like, you know, have heard a lot of voice acting and whatnot. You know, rarely will you be surprised like, oh, this voice is that person. You can only pick them out pretty easily. But that's one of the few times I've been surprised was when I learned that Pink Valkyrie was the same voice actress as Canis. I was like, what? Like, they don't sound even remotely similar. Like, I still don't hear it. I'm like, okay, okay. It's kind of like, you know, Mel Blanc is a really famous, you know, example of an insane voice acting range. Because some of the different voices he can do, they just don't sound even slightly similar, right? It's nutty. Some command codes come back through like the Mana Prism shop and the Rare Prism shop, and obviously the rerun, but not all of them. So it just depends. So like Artemis being Mordred's actually pretty. That one's a bit harder to tell. That's definitely a bit more extreme than normal, but like you can definitely tell it's her when you listen, right? You can definitely hear it in there. That one was at least though, if you just heard, like listened to it casually and you weren't really thinking about it, you could definitely miss it. Like I didn't even have to read that one. That one when I was in the Moonfest event shop, I was like, wait a minute, that's Mordred's voice actress. Okay, so we still need more of the wheat stuff, so we'll just go spam a stage that does that here in a second. Yeah, Nightingale and Rama is super obvious. That's not hard at all. Most voice actors really can't mask their voice to the point where you can't tell it's them. That's fine. It's not a big deal, right? Like, you know, it's more about acting. You know, it's more about, you know, acting the part, not so much making your voice sound completely different. But some voice actors are just able to do both, right? They're able to be really good at acting and having different inflections on their voice and stuff, and then also just having crazy range where it's incredibly hard to tell it's even them. Yeah, Ozzy's voice actor is extremely easy to recognize. Oh, I already have enough. How about that? Dude, the voice actress for Medusa has really good English. And I heard her talking English the other day, and it's just uncanny, right? It's just strange to hear, because her normal speaking voice is fairly similar to Medusa's, right? So it's just really weird hearing that voice just casually talking English. It's like kind of jarring. Yeah, I know she used to stream on YouTube, but then she switched to Twitch, which is surprising. You actually here lately you see the other way around. Yeah, she streams a lot of like, she actually streams a lot of From Software games, but she streams like horror games and stuff like that, like whatnot. But yeah, I think she's on Twitch now. Yeah, I'm actually surprised more voice actors don't do that, right? Because if you're a voice actor, generally you know how to stage act. It's very common that stage actors become voice actors and stuff. And if that's the case, you're not going to really be nervous or, you know, camera shy or anything, and you're going to have a good voice for presentation and everything, if that's your profession, for God's sake. So I'm surprised more of them don't do it. And some do, right? There are a few out there, but not a lot. But, you know, some people don't want to be in the public eye that much, and that's totally fair. I mean, that's super fair. You might not be camera shy, but that doesn't mean you actually want to, you know, be in the public eye like that. Okay, so I'm surprised we haven't hit, okay, that's time gated, but I'm surprised these aren't time gated yet. So if we want to go ham, we can, but I always say it's not worth it to use apples until better nodes are available. However, I have so many apples, it's not a big deal if I'm inefficient, but I kind of want to switch accounts just because I can never shake that mentality. There's no reason to do it this early. Now, if there ever was an event though where you want to do stuff early, it is this one, because of the unlocking these little nodes sooner, right? So this is kind of abnormal. It's one of the only events where it's not that bad to use apples early. I might grab one more of these then. We'll I think I'll do this stage to get these. Well, actually no, I need to get the logs too. Let's see, what do we got? Okay, that drops the wheat. Actually, this is probably the best stage right now. Rarely are the multi-stages like this early on worth it, but this is probably fine. Okay, let's not put Ku in the front. But I still need Bond on him. Ku gets... this is rather obvious. Ku is on basically every team I ever do, no matter what, if he's event bonus or not. You know, he's always on the team, no matter what, even if it makes my farming worse, because I gotta get that Bond 15. The only time Ku is not on the team is if I am soloing and it's not a Ku solo, or I'm like buff stacking or doing something silly like that. Otherwise, he is always on the team. Technically, these would be the best 3 servants to bring, I think, for the event drops. But it would suck. Would Nobukatsu being in the front be better? Does he have an event damage bonus? He should. Oh god, does he not? Well, it's having to cycle through so many... No, the A does, okay. But Saito does too. Okay, he's probably better than MASH. I'm unironically using Nobukatsu right now. He's an event bonus and he's counterclassing. How good is Nobukatsu 1 to 3 star setups? He's okay. He's niche. Like if you're doing Buster stuff, he can be good. You basically it has to be a 1 to 3 star setup where you both need a taunt and you need Buster support. It has to be that. And then like Chin Gong is not enough. And that can happen, right? You might need more than one thing. But like if Chin Gong didn't exist, I actually think Nobukatsu would get decent use even if you don't have Nobu on the team. But because of Chin Gong, it's kind of hard to justify Nobukatsu. But he's okay. It's not like he's terrible or anything. But you've got to get value out of like his star gen and his taunt before he dies, right? Before you kill him off or he just dies to his own taunt or whatever. You've got to get a little bit of value out of him first, and that can be kind of hard to do because he's very weak. Like his health is very low. And he doesn't have hard survival in his kit. But because he makes stars per turn, and he gives a crit buff, you know, there's uses for that. And if you can do death manipulation with his NP, and then get the Buster up as well, you know, it's pretty good. But if you don't need that specifically, it's not worth it. Because you do have, like, Hans, right? Hans makes stars per turn, also has a crit buff. Clearly, he doesn't have the taunt and the Buster up and stuff, but you get healing and other options. Let's see how much damage Nobukatsu can do here. Give the lad a chance. Event bonus, go. It's okay. Man, Leonidas really is interesting since he got that buff, because he's always been good and a good taunt. But getting that like kind of easy attack up for the team while you're at it, it's pretty nice, because it actually doesn't slow the team down very much. Because that's the thing about George. You know, George is super good, and he's a staple of low star, and hell, even whales use him sometimes, right? He's got a lot of uses in challenge quests. But he slows the team down, and that's why Poster Girl is so much better, because Poster Girl gives you a 3-turn taunt, but you can put it on a unit that's buffing the team or making stars or whatever, where George is purely defensive, does nothing to speed the team up, so that can be a problem. Where Leonidas had done Buster up before, and so if you had specifically a Buster team, he may not slow you down too much. But now he does Buster up and attack up, so even if you're not Buster, he's not as slow. And then if you are Buster, and you're getting Buster up and attack up, he's actually kind of speeding you up, and it's actually a gas. And if he gets his NP off, he's making stars for you, he's giving you attack up, and he's giving you Buster up. So he can actually be like a unit that protects you while also having you go fast, which is pretty awesome. It, again, kind of limited to a Buster team, but... let's see. 120 Leo is actually kind of handy. In that case, though, you don't want him to just show up and die. Then you want him to go around the wheel. But he's one of the best servants for going around the wheel. Leonidas, to this day, is still the only servant that can have like indefinite taunt, like easily, right? You don't have to do some crazy, you know, oh, I'm giving him, because like most units, they might be able to have taunt up for a long time, but there's eventually going to be a hole in it. Like George, for example, you could do his taunt for 3 turns, use Atlas, and do it again immediately, so taunt for 6 turns, but then it's going to run out. You got Mothman, where you could like be feeding him battery and stuff from supports, but you're gonna run out eventually. You're gonna have turns where you don't have taunt, right? Leonidas is one of the only units that rather easily can keep taunt up forever, right? Especially if you do have units to support him. You know, because each NP is a 3-turn taunt. It's crazy, and there's no cooldown on your NP. With the other NPs that have taunt, it's a 1-turn taunt, where, you know, an NP with 3-turn taunt is just nutty. Let's see if... I was wanting to see if he could just kill it, and then we would target switch with Saito there, but... It's actually kind of interesting that they added Percival, though, because they hadn't added a multi-turn taunt like that in ages. I think they did a good job with it, though, because Percival... I see people saying Percival's power creep, but he's not. Like, he's good, and he's got unique uses, and that's great, but he's absolutely not power creep, because he has no damage mitigation. He's got healing, and then hard survival, but no damage mitigation. So if you're multi-turn taunting, he can just get 1 turned, because he doesn't have a lot of ways to prevent that from happening. I mean, he's good, like, he's really good, but I don't think he's power creep like on George. What's power creep on George is just poster girl, unfortunately. Yeah, this does not give that many of each mat, ultimately. We'll do it one more time, I think, and that should be enough. Like how I literally just answered that question. They'll probably bring Poster Girl back at some point. Actually, I bet you we're gonna have an event at some point that like repackages some of the GUDAGUDA events like they just did with the Liz events. And the raid up, there'll probably be a raid up with Poster Girl and like Okita. That'll probably happen. Like it might be a while, right? I don't think they're gonna do that like every few months or anything, but I think that is going to happen eventually. And while they're at it, I really think they would do Poster Girl in there. Like how they're doing that APOC thing right now and the Liz thing we just saw. I mean, I agree that they don't like Poster Girl because it's clearly they did not intend to make a CE that good. And they've never made another one like it. But they did bring it back several times because money's money, and you know, because it's like a problem, they at least want to make money off of it. So I do think they'll bring it back. Because like I said, they already have brought it back. They normally bring it back though in ways where you really got to spend a lot of money to get it, but they're kind of okay with that. I mean, they had no idea what they were doing when they made GUDAGUDA, the original. And I don't mean for that event specifically, just for the whole game, they did not know what they were doing. And they've said that in an interview. Like, they were just this tiny dev, right, that had no experience. And they basically got hired to make shovelware, and that shovelware turned into one of the biggest, you know, IPs ever. So, as of GUDAGUDA, they had no idea what they were doing. And that's just obvious. Look at all the units they made back then, you know, Saber Gilius and all that stuff, right? They just literally no clue what they were doing. And that's why Poster Girl, it was just random. They in no world intended that to be like some crazy OP amazing CE. You know, they thought it was a deterrent and all kinds of stuff. And because when it came, the thing is, they weren't even wrong at the time, because when it came out, almost nobody used it. I remember a lot of whales, even on NA, fucking burned it after the event to save inventory space. It's like, yeah, way to go, guys. Most people did not realize how good it was until like people started kind of highlighting it in videos and that kind of thing. I've been telling people I was telling people for ages, like many years ago, like when NA, I mean, I was talking about before NA even existed, but I remember like just from the get-go telling people how broken that CE was, and it's actually like ludicrous how good it was, and yeah, most people didn't. I remember so many people were like, no, it's not that good. I remember so many, like, whales, like, I remember whales were like telling me it wasn't good. I'm like, you guys are fucking stupid. And now it's just like, it's so common now. I think the reason people thought it was bad was they didn't really just see the use in death manipulation and then like making it so a certain unit could not be attacked no matter what RNG and stuff like that. I just don't think people saw why that was good early on. Some people actually to this day say it's not that good though, like absolutely. And it's mainly people that said that it was bad back in the day and they can't like admit that they were wrong. Like overwhelmingly that's where that comes from. It is funny though because like, you know, low star setups use it religiously because it's one of the like normally, especially if you want to use non-grailed low stars, it's like the only way to beat certain bosses. Unless you want to have to like restart the stage like 30,000 times until you get incredibly lucky. And then so, even on Leviathan setups, people use it to cycle supports and things like that, or just to guarantee that like their fragile DPS doesn't get one shot. Because a lot of like setups that are like doing 3 turns of a challenge quest or whatever, you gotta make sure the DPS doesn't die immediately, and you're happy to cycle the support while you're at it because it makes it even faster. So it's really good for that, especially when combined with the Switch Mystic code. Sometimes you don't need it. Sometimes it's completely unnecessary. You have enough survival, and then whatever switching you need to do, you can guarantee on your own. But it definitely has its spotlight even in whale setups, so that it's very common in low star stuff. Well, it's true. So early FGO, really early FGO was so much easier. A lot of stuff got overlooked because, like, if you wanted to just get through stuff, you would see red press red with berserkers or spam AoE, use waiver, battery stuff like that. That was it. That's all you needed to do. And then there really weren't challenge quests, and the main story fights weren't that hard. So things like George even didn't see much use, and a lot of the stuff that's like staples now of hard content, no one cared about in the early days. That started to change slowly over time. Yeah, Shakespeare's super good with Poster Girl. I think he's better than Mozart, like because Mozart's fine with it, and plenty of people use it on Mozart. But the reason it's good on Shakespeare is because let's say Shakespeare shows up from the back row, or whatever, or you have him on the front row, you know, however you're doing it. And so he's got taunt, and you're like, okay, this is the turn that I want to use all of Shakespeare's skills. And did I summon a Robin Hood? What? I must not be paying attention. Anyway, so you're using his buster up, using his battery, and you actually want the next support in the back row to come in immediately. The sooner the better, right? So in that case, you don't use Shakespeare's invulnerability. You don't do it. But there's also a lot of situations where it's going to be like, oh man, it's not the right turn to do Shakespeare's buster up, or I needed to protect my unit for as many turns as possible, right? I don't want I don't want them to die. And so then you do use his invulnerability, because then he's guaranteed to live another turn. I really lost my chain of thought there because Himiko wouldn't shut the fuck up. But yeah, you have the option of killing him off as soon as possible, or you have the option of guaranteeing that he at least lives 2 turns. And if he lives that second turn and you didn't want him to, you still have taunt for 1 more turn, so. Man, it wouldn't actually be that hard for me to get both of these done. It's just the logs. So I could do like that one stage 1 more time to get the 50 wheat. And then I do a stage that drops the logs, and I can get both of these done. That's probably all they'll let you do today, so I guess I'll do it. But yeah, with Mozart and Poster Girl, you can only use him in like a really bursty way. Like he's got to be able to, you know, cast this stuff. Because here's the thing: let's say Mozart shows up and you're like, oh damn, I don't have my art card yet, it's not a good time to do the crit, guaranteed crit or whatever, I need to wait a turn, Mozart could just die when he has taunt, right? And then you miss the window. Now, that's not always the case. You might be able to set it up where you know you can get value out of his stuff. Like you know you're NPing on turn 1, or you're NPing whenever he shows up from the back row, and so his art up's going to hit the NP, and then you just take whatever crits you can get, and it's not even that big of a deal, right? It can be good, and obviously Mozart's got the drive-by crit down now, and that's really good, you know, because George can't do anything like that. George is just a 3-turn taunt that can make sure he lives the 3 turns generally, but you know, he's not coming by giving you a bunch of buffs and then switching into another unit. And, you know, Mozart's really good. Mozart gives you art up, NP down, crit down, 50 stars. That is a lot. Especially for low stars too, because low stars don't have a lot of crit down from a skill. You know, they mostly get crit down through NPs. I think they have Serenity and Mozart. That's about it. There's probably something else that I'm overlooking, but they're probably not a particularly good unit. Casting this now because I want to see if I can kill it without critting. It's 60%. 63k. Oh yeah, Qingong obviously, and Qingong's super meta. But obviously that's not a flexible skill though, right? Like you gotta, you know, a lot of times you need to be careful. You know, the taunt's amazing, right? Qingong's taunt is super good. But you don't always have the luxury of just throwing it out. I already said 100 face, but that's NP. Like that's not a skill. But she's like god mode for crit down, but it's not a skill. But yeah, Qingong sometimes you're like, oh, I want the crit down, but this would be a terrible time to taunt. I need to save the taunt for the NP, right? Like I need to, you know, it's a single target NP. You need to taunt a specific unit that has survivability or whatever. So you can't always use it for the crit down. Qingong is like the taunt comes first, the crit down is secondary, but it is really good. Like it's super good. Underface is actually probably one of the best crit down servants in the entire game, because not only did she get 50% for some crazy reason, it's so easy for her to get her NP, and it's so easy for her to repeat NP and just have like insane uptime and do damage while she's at it. Like it's, especially for low stars, but even for high stars, she's one of the better servants for that. Like it's crazy. Like, she is one of the best units to deal with Bull of Heaven, because Bull of Heaven kills you because he crits. Like, that's why Bull of Heaven is hard for people, is because when he crits, they get wrecked. That's completely the issue. And then 100 Face completely removes his ability to crit, and then she's also counterclassing and has a lot of survivability and does decent damage, so it's really good. Yeah, Fuma's got crit down skill. It's not the strongest, but it also comes with a million other debuffs, so totally worth. You can use Poster Girl on Fuma, like absolutely, because he also has the option. He has a lot of options actually. So let's say he shows up from the back row or something like that. You can show up, and let's say the boss is about to NP and you need to protect the DPS. You can have Fuma then evade the DPS and they're safe, right? But that might not be the context. Let's say Fuma shows up and you need Fuma to not die right now, but you're fighting a boss that is really high normal card damage and could absolutely one-shot him, then you can have him evade himself, and now he'll still have taunt for the next turn. And then while he's there, he's giving you the defense down, the attack down, the crit down, the buff block, you know, so on and so forth. Yeah, it's really good. He's not the best pick though for Poster Girl generally, just because there's normally other units you could be cycling that are going to be better. But he's totally an option. How much damage can we do to Rama here? We'll probably kill him. Let's see if I can target switch though. See if the 2 busters are enough. Nope! Should have probably given Saito the buster up from the Mystic Code and actually switched it around. Because he's got the event bonus. Grilled Fumas are pretty rare, but he's not bad actually. Because then his DPS for like AoE stuff is pretty solid. And you can always live long enough to line up his utility where you want it. Because sometimes he might show up from your back row or whatever, and you're like, damn it, it's not the time to do the buff block yet. But then you're like, well, what if he dies? Yeah, Ongra's got crit down, that's true. It's actually useful, but you just have Ongra on the team, unfortunately. I know there's some people going for 120 Ongras out there. Like Red's going for it. Yeah, honestly, Ongra's skills are fine. Straight up, Ongra's skills are totally fine. Like, they're not bad. It's mainly that, like, Avenger is not good as a low star. Like, that's a huge part of Ongra's problem, is Avenger just does not make a good 2-star. Because you're not counterclassing. Like, that's terrible. And then his MP is just so wonky. You know, it needs so much, like, specific things and setup. And, like, yeah, there's some benefits to his NP. You know, it ignores everything. It is the only, like, damage effect like that in the game that's from an NP. You know, not like a dot or something. That ignores damage resistance, right? Because damage resistance, armor ignore does not get around, right? So Ongra's NP gets around evade and vulnerability, damage resistance, armor up, damage cut, you know, everything. It's true damage. It's some of the only ways you're going to get a large amount of true damage in one place, other than dots. And so that's good. It's just it requires way too much setup, like way too much setup. Lobo's fine because Lobo's a 4-star, so he's fine. And also Lobo's got, you know, buff removal and all that. Most Avengers are good. Really, Ongra is one of the only ones that's not. It's like Kojiro though, you know, Kojiro if he was a 4-star would be amazing. He's like fucking incredible, because Kojiro's a 1-star, you know, it's kind of an issue. Alright, we need the logs and that is it. That didn't even unlock a thing. Alright, what is the best log drop we got? Not that. Probably one of these stages then. Probably this one. That's kind of a yikes. Imagine if Ongra became a budget quick support. Yeah, he gets like a 40% quick up for the team for 3 turns. It'd actually be useful at that point, because then he's like supporting the team through attack down, crit down, and quick up. Like, no joke. It'd be okay. Then hey, if you get some true damage while you're at it, why not? Like, he'd actually be useful then. That's really weird. I hope they don't do that though. I don't think Ongra really fits the quick budget. You know, make that like Alexander Dumas. Make that a, you know, new unit. You know, Beethoven. You know, do something like that. Don't. Ongra being a support is just silly. What did this stage drop mat-wise? I think, yeah, silver and gold. I guess I'll summon Saito there. That's good enough. This stage mostly drops silver, I think. Oh, I'm a dummy. I didn't, for all that time I wasn't bringing the mat, or the CE that boosted bronze drop, and I have it limit broken. Oh, I don't have another, silver drop boost. I'm totally okay with Ongra being useful, I just don't want him to be a support. Honestly, he's pretty close to being useful because his 3rd skill is actually good. Like, his 3rd skill is absolutely good. So, like, let me look at his kit real quick. Let me think about this. Okay, so one way you could make him better is add an attack up to his 1st or 2nd skill, because if he's doing good normal card damage, right, like with his 3rd skill, That's good, right? He's more about the normal card. Like, unironic, I'm not kidding. Angra is way, in a practical setting, Angra is way more about normal card damage than he is about the NP gimmick. It's not even close. And so if he gets an attack up, he actually can shred like that. Because he will shred Berserkers and Rulers for a low star, right? Obviously, he's not going to be as good as Jolter or something, but for a low star, he will do a good job at killing, especially Rulers, if he gets an attack up. Yeah, just that alone, honestly, because I think he's a lot closer to being viable than people think because of his upgraded third skill. Now, yeah, it's annoying that you have to get him bond 10 to get the upgraded third skill, but it is quite good. And like, if you make Angra 120, if you gave Angra like a 3-turn attack up, and you make him 100 or 120, he's actually going to be pretty good at that point. And then against AoE bosses that do an AoE NP, you are going to get a chunk out of his NP. You really will. Like, you're going to get a decent chunk out of it. So like, he'd be okay at that point, especially for being a ruler killer. He'd be a legit. So that's why I know why Dex is dying. It's because like I don't know if it's my phone port or the cord, but like if I breathe on the cord right now, it like disconnects from my computer. And obviously if the phone loses the connection to the computer, Dex won't work anymore. So I think that's why it crashed earlier. So yeah, it might be the port actually, because my phone's getting kind of old now. So it wouldn't shock me if the port is kind of, you know, messed up and it's not like getting good connectivity. Yeah, I might need to... I've been thinking about getting a new phone anyway, because I know there's like some new ones that are pretty nifty for like what I do. Might wait for like Black Friday or Cyber Monday or whatever, because I think you can normally find some kind of deal on even newer phones, so I might do that. Yeah, it's been a while. I haven't upgraded my phone in a good bit. With my job, you know, being phone related, I might as well. And Tusk just got like a brand new, like top of the line one. His screen size is so bizarre. it's whack. He plays like this Mega Man game on it. It's like the Mega Man Gacha game, but you can hook a controller up to it and everything, and pretty cool. I hope more phone games start supporting like controller support, like, you know, Bluetooth and all that. Lets them have more engaging combat systems. Yeah, honestly, I'd probably get a new phone right now if it wasn't for the fact that, you know, Black Friday and all that's coming up. Although, I don't know, maybe trying to get a new phone during then is not worth the savings. I don't need to save money, really. I'm fine, or I'm pretty fortunate. But I always have that mindset, if I can save money, I should. But it'd be cool to get a new phone now and be easier to stream. It isn't, yeah, I'll wait. I think I should wait, it just makes sense. Alright, let's see, can I kill everything this turn? Maybe. Well, there are some benefits to Gacha, and like there are some drawbacks too, don't get me wrong, absolutely are drawbacks. And not everything's Gacha, there's more games that aren't Gacha than are. It's just every major IP has a Gacha thing on the side, right? Like absolutely. You know, there's still plenty of Mega Man games that aren't Gacha. But this is the big advantage of Gacha that I actually like. And it will get them to add characters to be playable that would not be playable otherwise. And that's really fortunate for me. So like in Mega Man, I don't like Mega Man. He's a bitch. You got this stupid, you know, open face helmet, you know, pretty boy, like fuck that. I don't want to play that. But like, what's his name? Vale or Vile? Yeah, Vile, I think it. He looks awesome, right? And Sigma's awesome, right? And they don't normally get to be playable, where in a Gacha game, that stuff's going to get to be playable, right? And they're going to make like more brutish characters, you know, like... So Gachas incentivize a lot more variety in your character designs, and so people like me that kind of like odd things, you know, I actually get characters that I like. Because most mainstream games, or AAA games, none of the playable characters I like none of them. Where in FGO, I mean, there's like a huge roster of characters that I like, which is really nice. This is Mega Man slander. Yeah, I've never liked Mega Man. I don't mean the IP, I mean the character. I think he looks like a twat. Not a fan. Yeah, Vile, I think's the name. That guy's awesome. Yeah, he's been playable occasionally in like actual Mega Man games, but very rarely. But Gosha's got its drawbacks too, because it can be very, you know, money grubby sometimes. It depends. You know, so I think some Goshas have done or in recent years have done a really good job of making a completely reasonable business model. And like, so for example, let's say you have a game come out that's got really good gameplay, all that stuff. It's got your, you know, few free-to-play characters that everyone gets, and they're good enough to play through the game with. But if you want to get like that one character you really like, it might cost $60, $70, you know, or it depends on how the safety net is, right? But like they're reasonably obtainable. And so then let's say you spend that money and that's it. So you get that one character you really want to play through the game with, and then the free-to-play characters. That's reasonable. That's fine. Like that and the fact that you could spend $0 and still play through the game, you know, that's fine. And it gives you the ability to pick and choose that one character you really like, that you normally wouldn't be playable. Like in Sekiro, right, you have to play the weeb guy, you know, Wolf or whatever his name is, right? That's the only character you get, that's it. And if you don't like that one, too bad, right? And that game was $60 and that's it. So it's not like Gosha's always bad. It can be reasonable. Now, I would say most Gosha's are unreasonable, and, you know, they don't make the free-to-play options good, and so on and so forth. I think like FGO is actually an exception where like the free-to-play roster's, you know, actually strong enough and they're cool. I mean, lots of people like, you know, Ushi and Medea, Medusa, you know, Ku, you know, there's Mori, like a lot of low stars are liked. But yeah, so there's pros and cons, and I don't think Gashas are taking over. It's not, people act like only Gasha games get made. That's just nonsense. It's like, you know, like Bamco just made Tales of Arise, and they're making also a Gasha game on the side, but you still got Tales of Arise, right? There's way more games out there that aren't Gasha than are. But I do think what's going to happen, and this is going to suck, is you're going to start seeing, and I guess this already has happened with like FIFA, but the Masket. I mean, and FIFA was doing this before Gasha was even a thing. So EA was ahead of the curve at being scumbags, is what I'm getting at here. They basically make you spend $60, and then the unlocks are also in a Gasha, right? Because at least Gashas are free, right? And also, Gashas let you roll without spending money. That's a huge thing, right? In FGO, you cannot spend a penny, and I do it all the time. You know, I make free-to-play accounts constantly. And not only do you get like all the 1 to 3 stars, but you will get 4 and 5 stars. Like you will. I mean, and look, like seriously, FGO's pretty fair when it comes to this, right? FGO lets you pick a free 5-star when you make a new account. No time limit. Anytime you make a new FGO account, you get a free 5-star. So if you want to just play through FGO with Artoria, you can just pick Artoria, right? There you go. And it's free. And you get all this story content and everything for complete free. That's not scummy, that's completely reasonable. But again, most games aren't like FGO. Anyway, but yeah, you're gonna have games like FIFA where you spend $60 and then you also have to roll the Gasha to get the characters, and then correct me if I'm wrong, but in FIFA and games like it, they don't give you free currency, right? FGO gives you SQ and summon tickets for free, and quite a bit of them, and you will get rare stuff with that free currency they give you, right? I don't think FIFA does that. And I think games like FIFA are actually going to start becoming more common, which that is a problem. I think that's unbelievably scummy. You know, I think Gasha is like a tightrope. You know, it's a slippery slope. It can be done right, it can be done wrong. The more normalized it becomes, it can definitely cause problems, but there are benefits. But stuff like FIFA, I think, is terrible. Yeah, you have to buy FIFA, you have an upfront cost, right? And then you have to buy the Gasha rolling. It's super messed up. They kind of let you do, but very little, so you can get some packs and that, but like, the rate is atrocious. Wow, there's more? I can't believe you can do this much day one. That really wasn't worth doing though, because none of those unlocked a node thing here. Surely this is the final one that they'll let us do. I think Gasha can work for PC. Why would it be bad on PC? Like if it's okay on mobile? Why would something be acceptable on mobile but not PC, or vice versa? Right? The way you interface with the game has nothing to do with if the business model is fair or not. The business model is either fair and reasonable or it's not. Right? So if it's scummy on PC, it's scummy on mobile. And if it's legit on mobile, it's legit on PC. So it's about implementation, right? Like, I don't think Gacha is a universally good system, and I don't think it's a universally bad one. It completely comes down to how it is implemented, right? And in terms of being fair, I think the best example of it being fair is Genshin Impact. Now, Genshin Impact has problems, but it's not their business model. I think their business model is completely fair, and it's so fair that I'm surprised at how much bitching there is. Because you can literally go download Genshin Impact right now, and you get an insane amount of free content that you don't have to pay a penny for. You get a bunch of characters for free that are all good enough to play through the game with. You'll probably get a few characters through, they give you free rolls, right? And you will get some, extra rare characters, those free rolls. And then now you have all these, bosses to fight, all these, areas to explore. And I would say the story to experience, but the story kind of sucks these days. But, that's subjective. But, I think it's shit. But anyway, that's completely fair, right? You get lots of free characters, and you'll get some free characters, premium characters, without spending a penny. And then you get a bunch of bosses to fight, a bunch of areas to explore, a bunch of events to partake in. That's completely fair. I don't think Genshin Impact is even remotely scummy. Like, I don't think it's even remotely scummy. I think it's completely fair. The sad thing for me is, one, the story is just badly written, in my opinion. And I was just saying how the benefit of Gachas is you get a lot more character variety, and you get like more options. But I don't really feel like you do in Genshin, right? I feel like they keep making the same style of character. You don't really have a lot of outside-the-box characters in Genshin. They're all very safe. They're all like what you would typically see in a JRPG, like main party, right? They just keep making the same kind of characters in Genshin. They don't add like, oh, you're that big armored guy, and then that crazy wacky robot's playable, and they don't do any of that in Genshin. They're all like very safe and very mainstream. Which I'm not really a fan of. It's kind of a boring. Meanwhile, FGO's got Ivan. It's got fucking Ivan and Darius and Babbage, and obviously they've got the mainstream stuff too. Like, clearly, yeah, it's because Genshin uses they have like 4 character models, and they just like use the same character model over and over. That's like, it's such a disappointment for me. But it's like I said, it's still a completely fair business model. Yeah, they have no buff dudes. They need to fix that. They need to add a buff dude as a character model, for sure. The thing is, you don't have to interact with Genshin's grinding system. I don't really like the way they've done the in-game grinding. But the thing is, you don't have to do it. You literally don't. You can explore the open world and enjoy the exploration and fight the field bosses and see the entire story. Never do the grinding, ever. And then when you're out of main story content like that, you can just put the game down and come back to it when there's more. And you didn't spend a penny. You didn't spend a fucking penny. And we're gonna complain about this? It's like, are you kidding me? Like, Genshin is ultra fair and ultra reasonable. The issues I have with it, like I said, are the writing is bad. The characters just aren't really up my alley. And I'd like to partake in like the end game and the dungeons and that kind of stuff, but it's boring. It's super boring, and it's just a gear check, and it's a snooze fest. So it's not really my kind of game, but it's still a completely fair and reasonable game. And if other games come to PC with that kind of business model, I have no problem with it. And I don't even know why anyone would have a problem with it, because it's fucking free. You can have literally no money. You can be like a teenager with no money, and you can get hundreds of hours of entertainment out of Genshin Impact without spending a penny. Like, and we're saying this isn't suitable for PC? Like, what are we talking about here? Now, sure, some gachas are incredibly predatory and incredibly scummy, like, absolutely, like, I'm not denying that at all, but that's true for almost every business model that's ever existed. Like, are you kidding me? You got like fighting games coming out with like, all the, remember, what was it, one of the Street Fighter games, it came out and like all of the DLC characters were like in the game already, they were in the data already, and they were just arbitrarily, locked, and then you had to spend a bunch of money to get them. It's like, it's just, every fucking business model can be terrible. But they can be good. So overall, I actually am kind of happy with gachas just because the character variety. I'm so used to games not having any characters that I like. But yeah, I am worried because I don't know. I'm not too worried because I actually feel like as years have gone on, gacha's gotten slightly more reasonable, not less. Like FGO's problems come with it, like not having good game modes and that kind of stuff. FGO is completely free-to-play friendly, and the free-to-play characters are fine and totally reasonable, and you get all this main story content for free and everything, so they're not really scumbags in that department. They're just dumb, right? Like, you have to go to make a lot of stupid decisions and that kind of thing. But, I think if you look at the most successful gacha games, they're the reasonable ones, right? Like Genshin Impact is doing very well. FGO is doing very well, and they're pretty. The only issue with FGO is no safety net, and that really is a problem. Like I really do. That really is a problem in FGO, and they really do need a safety net. But but they're still free to play friendly. The low stars are still really good. You know, they give out a lot of free currency. You will get golds, you know, randomly. It cost me nearly $900 to buy all the DLC for DOA. Oh, it costs nearly $900 to buy it. Yeah, I've seen DOA. They're pretty terrible about that. But yeah, I think Gashas for the most part have been better about not being scummy lately, not worse. So I don't think it's that big of a deal, and I don't think they're taking over the industry. They've become part of the industry, right? Like they are definitely something you see out there now, like pretty regularly. But that's fine. You see loads of games that aren't Gashas. You see lots of first-person shooters and everything else, right? That's just kind of typical. So I'm not really complaining. Yeah, it's actually funny. I play a lot of Gacha games just because my channel, you know, is kind of my viewer base is kind of more interested in them than other stuff. But I don't spend any money on them, like any of them. Like I've spent a little bit of money on, you know, FGO a long time ago for Edmund, and I spent a little bit of money on Genshin, not to buy rolls, but just to do the monthly thing. But that's it. I mean, I've spent. I guess I just have good willpower, and I don't get trapped by all the, you know, sunken cost fallacy. But yeah, I actually find Gacha games really economical for me because I get to play all this stuff for free, and I don't have to spend a goddamn penny, and I never really feel pressured into spending a penny. Especially if there's no safety net. You're never gonna get me to buy rolls if there's no safety net. You know, I'll just get what I get with my free summons, and if it goes good, great. And if it doesn't, damn. I'll complain about it, but it's not gonna get me to buy rolls. It's just like, you know, that's happened, right? There's been plenty of times where, like, you know, me or one of my viewers, you know, like they get screwed over and they use their free currency and they don't get what they wanted, even though they saved up to like 1,000 SQ or whatever. And you know, we complain, but it doesn't get us to spend money. Like New didn't buy rolls when they tried to get Edmund. That was brutal, though. If anyone has a right to complain, it's New. That was brutal. They saved up to 2,000 free SQ for Edmund, and then, you know, because they knew in advance Edmund was coming, and then Edmund finally gets there, and, you know, is in FGO and A, I think it was, and they used all that 2,000 SQ, and they didn't get him. And it's like, well, they didn't lose any money, thankfully, right? They didn't spend any money, but that just feels terrible. I think they got spooked a lot, is what happened. I think they got him on the rerun, though, so. Yeah, and here's the thing. The way, and this is how I look at it, and sometimes your view's gonna get warped. And it probably did for New. Yeah, New, because now this year in chat, I really want, like, how you felt when you didn't get Edmund with that 2,000 SQ. But so this is how I see, like, FGO and, you know, any Gacha game. You know, I just get the free currency, I try to be smart with it, I try to save it up, and, you know, and more times than not, I'd say it goes well than not. But when it does go badly, even though it sucks and I might curse or something, you know, I do see it as it was a free opportunity. You know, I didn't spend a penny, and, you know, you win some, you lose some, right? Because even though I didn't get this thing that I wanted right here, you know, I've gotten all these other things that I can play with and have fun with. You know, when the new story comes out, I'm still gonna have Ku and Billy and Mori and my Mordred and all these things, right? So I'm not like, oh no, I can't play the game now. Like, it's just, you know, yeah, I didn't get the thing, but it was free. But it does suck sometimes. It's like for a Green Knight. Let's say the Green Knight got added, and I'd saved up to like 1,000 SQ, right? And I don't get the Green Knight, and I have to wait for the rerun. I'm gonna be annoyed. Like I'm gonna be annoyed, absolutely. But you know, I'm not gonna quit the game. Like, as much as I like Green Knight, I wouldn't quit FGO because I didn't get something for 3 rolls. If I felt like quitting because of that, I wouldn't be playing the game in the first place. And I really think people need to look at themselves sometimes and think about that. If you're playing a game and the only reason you're playing it is for like a dopamine dump because you got lucky when you gambled with free currency or paid currency, which was even, you know, scarier, but. And so if you get unlucky and you don't get the thing and you don't get that instant gratification and that makes you not want to play the game at all, you probably shouldn't be playing it in the first place, right? Like, really think about why you're playing a game. Like, are you enjoying the game? Do you like playing it or not? And if the only reason you're playing it is because you're wanting to get, like a high off gambling, then, you might want to examine yourself. I felt sad, but since the rerun was going to happen, I saw it a second try. But if I didn't get it then, I tried to snipe him from GSSR. Boy, that would have sucked if you didn't get it the second time. And if I ever spend money on rolls, first off, it's probably gonna have to be a game that has a safety net. But if I did roll on FGO, I'm not gonna roll until I get the thing, right? I'm never gonna do that. I think it's a really unhealthy mindset. If I'm gonna roll on something, it's gonna be, okay, I feel like, I play this game this much, I get this much enjoyment out of it, I'm probably gonna keep playing it. How much money do I think the game's worth? And I'm gonna set a price, okay, it's if it was DLC, how much would I spend? And you spend that, but you gotta be willing to know it might not work, right? And you spend that much money, if you get the thing that you wanted, great, and if you don't, then that's that, right? That's a reasonable and healthy way to look at it, right? It's kind of like gambling in real life, or like a casino. In my opinion, the best way you should never gamble with the hopes of winning, right? You should gamble because you find it entertaining, and you go, okay, instead of going to the movies or putt-putt golf or laser tag or buying a fancy dinner or whatever for entertainment, I'm going to spend that money on the casino, and so this is my budget. I have this much money to spend for entertainment per month or whatever, and if you spend that and then you don't expect it to make you money, right? You spend that money for the fun, and hey, if you get money out of it, great, and if you don't, that was just entertainment anyway, right? But see, that's being economical, where a lot of people are not economical when it comes to gambling, and that's why it's very dangerous, and why gambling's illegal for children and so on and so forth. Which is a scummy part about gacha, because it's, they try to get around where it's not gambling, but it is, right? It is different. I do get it. There are differences between gacha and gambling, because a casino doesn't give you free money. I really gotta stress that, right? FGO gives you free rolls. You can have no money. You get all these 1 to 3 star characters, and then you're going to get random golds through free currency. That is different than a casino, obviously. But there are similarities, right? Like the high people get when they get lucky and that kind of stuff are exactly the same as people get from gambling. And people have to be very careful about it. And I think the companies that try to act like it's something that it's not, I'm not a fan of. And when all these companies lobby, oh, it's not gambling, that's just nonsense, right? That's just nonsense. You can play these games and not gamble, right? Because you don't have to spend money, and you can just play the free currency, and it's oh, it's just random unlocks, and it just is what it is. So for those individuals, it's not gambling, but what those companies are aiming for, and that emotional high that they're trying to get out of people, that is gambling, right? And they're trying to get you to gamble. Now, just because you can play these games and not gamble doesn't mean that there aren't gambling aspects to this, right? Clearly. It's not necessarily a free fix to try it out, because, for example, me and many other players, never stop being free. Because here's the thing, and it depends on the game, but for FGO, the amount of free currency they give out is more than enough to be reasonable, right? You will get so many golds over the years in FGO if you never spend a penny. And you can speak up in chat right now if you want to. There are so many people in my chat I know that are just pure free to play, and maybe they do GSSR, but that's obviously really different. And they have loads of golds, right? It's not rare. I'd actually say the majority of the FGO player base either spends no money, or they spend a very small amount of money. I'd say it's actually the majority, not a minority. And you also have a lot. All those people have loads of gold servants, right? Because I've been playing for an insanely long time, but I have a fuckload of gold servants. Where, that's not what you're going to get out of gambling, right? If you got a free preview, right? Because free to playing FGO is not a preview. It's not. You're not a second-class citizen, right? You get all the story. You get, access to the same events, grails, all that stuff. Everything's the same. Obviously, you'll get less characters, but you have more than enough characters to be reasonable. Hell, at this point, the free-to-play characters that you get, and then the random golds you'll just get from good luck and whatnot, those will outnumber the amount of playable characters you would get if FGO was a single-player game. So you're not getting gypped in this game at all. However, it still needs a safety net, because it's just good business. I always say the reason they need a safety net is not just to be nice to the player base, it's better business for them, because they'll get more people to spend a little bit of money instead of trying to get a few people to spend all of the money. And nobody wants to save up 2,000 SQ and not get the 5-star that they waited for, right? And you want your free-to-plays to be happy, right? Like, I think it should be... And every other goddamn game has a safety net, so... Boy, that's lucky, Peep, if you got the 5-star just from Fiyuki and Orleans. But hey, grats. Glad you got lucky there. Oh yeah, that's another thing. You can also summon units from your friends, but however, that's not the same thing as having it yourself, because you don't get to pick Ascension and you can't use it as freely. And also, there are hard boss fights, which for some people is the main reason they play the game, where you can't use story support. So, you know, Demeter, Zeus, Fluffy. What about Morgan? I can't remember. Did Morgan have a... I don't think Morgan did have a support. I think you had to... I can't remember if Castoria was just on the team and you couldn't do anything about it, and you could summon a friend. Because I know some of them are like that. Or if she took up the friend slot. They were so inconsistent about that in Lost Belt 6. Like, sometimes the story supports would just be on the team and you wouldn't even pick them from the support list. But then sometimes they would take up your support slot. They were super all over the place. Yeah, the triple Merlin, that was the thing. Because yeah, there was one where you had the forced one, you could summon a friend's one, and you could have your own. Okay, I think I need to do that stage one more time. Yep. Actually, I should probably do that stage that drops both, because I need so few. Well, I'll need them more in the future, so I'll be efficient here. And it doesn't really matter. Like, whatever. I have so many apples. How good would a Grail 2K foe Billy be as DPS against Fluffy? I mean, okay, but completely inferior to Ku in every way. Like, look at them in that context, and there is nothing in Billy's favor. So, first off, Ku objectively has more survivability than Billy. I don't think anyone's going to deny that. PFA alone makes him tie Billy, and sometimes go beyond Billy, because sometimes Fluffy will attack twice, and then PFA lingers, right? So you get more value out of it, where Billy's just one turn evade, can only get the one turn. So, with just PFA, Ku is already ahead of Billy in the evade department, straight up. And can potentially be way ahead of him, but it can be kind of close. But then Ku also has guts, right? And Billy has nothing to match that in terms of survivability. And then now in terms of damage, Ku has a higher attack stat, and Lancers have a higher attack mod than Archers. You know, Lancers have a positive one, Archers have a negative one. So, ahead again there. Ku has the attack up, which affects everything he does. NP, crit, non-crit, everything. Where Billy just has crit up, which only works for his crits, doesn't work for his NP, doesn't work for his extra attack, doesn't work if you fail to crit. More burst damage there, absolutely. But, you know, normal cards aren't even that good against Fluffy, because every time you hit him with a normal card, he heals himself, you know? So it's not really up Billy's alley. But Billy still has, if he's 2K foed, level 100, he still has decent straightforward value with just having higher stats, has a survival skill, has an upgraded NP, but there's just a lot more. Ku is much better, like much better. Ku has way more survivability, he has more damage, he's got anti-debuff, and debuffs are a huge part of that fight. Ku has the potential of getting the anti-berserker passive. I didn't have it, but you can have it. So he's way ahead of Billy, but if you wanted to, you could make it work. Like, you could do it. You would need a stronger supports, right? So let's say you've got your own Waver, Merlin, your own Castoria, something like that. You can make it work, right? Stronger supports could compensate for Billy not being as good as Ku. So it's winnable with Billy. I would hope that you could get Billy coins before Fluffy and try to get, like, you know, Billy to 110 or something in advance, because a little bit more health, a little bit more damage would definitely help. But yeah, if you want to do it, it's possible and make a good video. But yeah, he's definitely not the meta pick by any means. You know what's sad? A level 70 Ku actually would be better than a 100 Billy. Because a level 70 Ku with his third passive does basically the same damage as a 100 Ku without the passive. And I mean, that gets super strong. And most of Ku's survivability doesn't come from his health stat, it comes from his, you know, skills. So if Ku has his passive at level 70, he's a really good option for Fluffy. Like, he doesn't even need to be grailed. Hey, I've actually already made a new account. That's a Steno account, I see. So I guess maybe I made the Steno account right before the coin. No, I made it after. I made it after. I'm already doing that. I'm a step ahead of you, I see. Gotta get with the times, man. The good news is, though, Billy has all kinds of other scenarios where he is better than Ku, right? Like, Ku is just broken. That's the thing. Ku is broken, and he's not really the standard you should hold up other 3-stars to because Ku is so abnormal. And at least Billy's got that 50% battery, and it's nice. You know, I use Billy all the time, so if you like Billy, don't, you know, just go for it anyway. Go 120, get the faux pas, do all the stuff. Yeah, I've rolled GSSR. That's like the one thing I'll spend money on in FGO. I don't really care about it though because I'm not kidding. This is not I'm not copium. This is 100% true. The majority of GSSRs I would not do if I was not a streamer, and it's because I don't like enough gold units in the game for it to be worth it. Most of the GSSRs, it's like an 80% chance for me to get something I don't care about, and so I'm like, fuck it. Like, yeah, it's nice to get a guaranteed 5-star. But I overwhelmingly do GSSRs these days. Just it's, you know, fun to see what Green Boy gets, and maybe we'll get something random and we level something we normally wouldn't level or whatever. But I just wouldn't do it, and there's a few reasons. One, like I said, I don't like that many golds in the game. Like, the ratio is pretty warped, and then this is huge. Like, because I don't like that many golds, right? I'm able, as a free-to-play, pretty reasonably to just... I skip banner after banner after banner after banner because I don't care about them. I'm not tempted right now to roll in Himiko at all. You could not pay me right now to roll for her, right? So because of that, I end up having a lot of free SQ to stockpile. And then so when the rare opportunity to get like Mordred or Achilles or something comes up, I have a lot of SQ, and over time I generally get them, right? And so most of the golds that I want, I already have them. Like, so I don't need to get them from GSSR because I'm not rolling that often. So when I do roll, I actually get the damn thing that I want. And so when a GSR rolls around, it's like I already have Arthur, I already have Mordred, I already have Achilles, right? So I don't need to get them from GSSR. But that makes GSSR even worse for me because now for the few characters that I like, I already got them. So what the hell am I, you know, going to get out of GSSR? So because of like just my taste and whatnot, they're not really that good for me, but there's nothing wrong with them. I think they're pretty reasonable because you're guaranteed to get a 5-star, and it's not that much money, so they're fine. I don't think GSSRs are scummy at all. I think they're completely reasonable. Because again, it's not like you're only getting what you get out of the GSSR. You're still getting the stuff from FP Summon and all the 1 to 3 stars. Like, you're going to have other golds from free currency. They're just like a bonus. And they're only like, they made the cost of them cheaper actually a while ago, so yeah, they're fine. I'm gonna try every GSSR and try to get his candor. I mean, you could just save up and roll on him when he's rated up, but he only gets like 1 rate up a year generally. But overwhelmingly, I like the 1 to 3 stars, right? Like, not just from gameplay perspective, but I mean, character-wise, they're most of my favorites. And then, you know, occasionally there's a 4-star I like, but they're much normally easier to get. And there's just not that many 5-stars that I hype. There just isn't. And then I've been playing the game for a long time, and I got my ult account, so, you know, I've obtained most of the ones that I want. I'm pretty sure Iskander's had like a rate up in like, you know, like New Year's or, you know, some of those multi-rate ups from time to time, stuff like that. Yeah, I think there was like a day he was rated up in case files and stuff. Yeah, they kind of sneak in some rate ups like that for characters like him. I mean, it has been a while now. Wow, this only dropped 2 logs. I should have been doing that multi-stage because it was dropping like 2 logs too. Fuck it. I didn't realize it was that bad. I wasn't really paying attention. That is atrocious. Alright, this stage is definitely the best for these though. here's the thing. It really comes down to the individual, and this goes for like how often you go to like a movie theater, right? That's gonna change. Like I could be a billionaire and I wouldn't go to a movie theater. I don't like that experience. I might go like once every like 5 years for like that one movie I'm super interested in. But I don't like movie theaters. I don't want to watch movies with a bunch of other strangers that like, you know, can get in your way and like because they're too tall or they're coughing or you might get sick. And like, I don't want to wait in line. I do not enjoy watching movies in a movie theater, even if it was free. Like if I got paid 20 bucks to go to a movie theater, I wouldn't do it. Like I wouldn't take 20 bucks to go watch a movie for free. Like no way, right? Like it's a miserable experience for me. So obviously for me, it's not worth spending money for, and like no way. But other people might really like it. It has nothing to do with being an introvert. I'm not really like I have no problem with being around people. And that kind of stuff, you know, that's it's not it at all. It's like I actually just like not getting sick, and I don't need some guy's face or the back of his neck in front of the screen to watch a movie, because like that has literally nothing to do with introverted or extroverted. Like, are you kidding me? If you're extroverted, right? You want to go do social stuff. You don't go to a fucking movie theater where you can't talk and it's all dark and everyone has to sit in a seat and shut the fuck up. Wow, this is a real extroverted activity right now. Like, you go to a movie theater to get this, guys, to watch a fucking movie, to get like immersed in a story. That sounds pretty introverted to me. Are you kidding me? But the thing is, if you want to go and watch a story, I'd rather not have people coughing around me and, you know, and like the picture quality sucks. And the chairs are uncomfortable. If you want to go use the restroom, you can't pause the movie. It is so much more enjoyable to watch a movie at home because you can pause. You can order pizza. You can fix chicken. You can do whatever you want. You can eat raw broccoli instead. You can sneeze and it's not a big deal. You literally can do whatever you want. You can watch it with other people if you want to. You can invite your friends over. You can invite your family over. Whatever you want to do, right? You have options here. You don't have these options in a movie theater. Like, movie theaters fucking suck. But this is what I'm getting at, right? So I'm bringing up movies because it's entertainment, right? And so how much money you want to spend on entertainment, you know, it's up to the individual. How much money do you make? How much is it worth to you? You know, what activities do you like? You know, what you do with your life is up to you. Who knew, guys? What a fucking concept. But yeah, so like how much you want to spend on, you know, any video game and what's reasonable. Like, is it like GSSR, right? Let's say you've already got all the 5 stars you want, right? GSSR is like $15 now, but you have to like buy like the 17 one or whatever the fuck. So we'll just say $20, right? So like, is $20, you know, worth it for, you know, entertainment? Or not, and for some people it is, and some people it's not, right? Because some people will enjoy rolling GSSR even if none of the 5 stars they like super want, and they're just rolling it because like, oh, let's see what we get, and maybe I get a weird unit I wouldn't normally level, and I'll end up, you know, having fun with it when I wouldn't expect it. 'Cause that's happened, right? I've leveled things and like gotten things on like my alt accounts I wouldn't expect to have gotten, and have ended up enjoying, you know, using them and stuff. So some people are like, yeah, 20 bucks, 15, 20 bucks, get something wacky like that, you know, sure, why not? Okay. Still want that Arthur Bond. Okay, is there a way I cannot bring Saito because it's just terrible? It's funny, this exact team is like the optimal way to get Bond on who I want to get Bond on and get as many drops as humanly possible. What is the stage drop? But it's so bad for actually fighting the stage. But it is it's a lot of boom for your buck for AP. Okay, bronze and silver. Okay, so gold is pointless. Yeah, King Protea is a pretty... That's like the first time I've called her actual name. I fucked up, chat. I'm sorry. King Potato Salad is a pretty unique unit, and even though I'm not the biggest fan of her character, if I snap my fingers and bam had like a level 90 10-10-10 one, and I'd use it from time to time. Immersion ruined, indeed. I could just not get Arthur Bond right now. That's really what's making this difficult, but It's, okay, it's not worth it right now. We'll do that. Does she get one of each drop by any chance? Because she's GUDAGUDA related? Nope! Nerd! Well, that's the drop that I need, though, so good enough. We'll bring Nash in the front. Okay, this is bearable. This is a okay team right here. This Mystic Code's not ideal, but I want to get it to 10 and compare it. It's Arthur, he's worth it. You've convinced me. I should probably... I mean, I really do want to get that extra attack on him. But dude, I have to get 1,000,000 bond points because I'm 10 coins short to get his... Like, are you kidding me? 1,000,000 bond points so I can get 10 coins to unlock the skill. Like, that is just... absolutely terrible. I don't know why I'm taunting. I'm trying to preserve protection from arrows, but this isn't a challenge quest. Like, I'm trying to like get the cooldown off by 1, right? So it's like a 4-turn cooldown, and then I still get the 3 hits, but that's not necessary here. Oh man, though, chat, it's actually, because we're going to clear the wave here most likely, it's now that makes it a 3-turn cooldown, and they haven't even had a chance to ping it off. So, OP, man. 3-hit evade, and 3-turn cooldown now. How about that? It actually can be good in some fights to not cast PFA until you know when the screen's going to switch over like that, and then you cast it just for that free turn off. Especially if the enemies aren't going to do much damage, or you've got like a defense up already and things like that. We'll do the Arcchain. I'm gonna get that Tekken music. I've been tempted to play Tekken a few times. I do like fighting games, but there's such a huge time investment. But what I like about Tekken, and even though I've never played a Tekken game, and I've played a lot of fighting games, but never Tekken, but their roster is insane. Like, you have, like, it's insane. I don't even know how their roster, like, what happened? Like, because didn't Tekken 1 have a small roster? I'm confused, because I don't know the story, and I haven't followed Tekken games super closely, aside from, like, tournaments and stuff. What is their, why? Like, I don't understand. They have, like, so many characters that are like Bob and Jill, right? They're just normal people. But then they've got a bear and a demon, and then they have like a pimp, and then another guy that's really normal, but then like 30 people that are like what they have this just massive roster, and it's just, it's everything, right? It's like they have every thing you can think of for like no reason, and how did that happen? Like, what is the story explanation for why the cast went from being like because like Tekken like 2 had like a very normal fighting game cast, right? Like what you would expect out of a fighting game, and now they still have that, but then they have all this other shit, and I'm like, what is going on? Like what is the lore here? Like, and I feel like every time I watch like a Tekken video, and I'm like, I see a character that I've never seen before, and I'm like, why though? Like, why? Dragon Ball style tournament is what happened? Okay, so did they have like people coming from like all over the world, and they they were like, okay, we're just gonna like make every archetype ever? Is that what happened? Because that would explain it. I'll tell you what though, if you get into Tekken, you will have a character that you like, at least aesthetically probably, because they have like every goddamn thing covered. Alright, Crazy Eyes is gonna get her NP now. Oh yeah, there is a panda. Also, what I find Tekken is just crazy, dude, and it's fun to watch, and like I understand a decent amount about it, like mechanically, but again, I've never played it myself. But it's just so wild because you generally can't combo for like 10 years, right? There's some weird circumstances and specific characters that occasionally can, you know, do a much longer combo than you might expect. But most of the combos aren't too long, right? Which is actually a good thing, I would say. But then the movesets of the characters are like, I mean, they're just massive. I don't even know where you would start if you just like picked up Tekken today and you pick a character and you look at your moveset and it's just like, you know, if you were gonna write it out on a piece of paper, right? The piece of paper is gonna like, you know, end up taking up like half your room, right? Like what the hell? Maybe I should stream Tekken sometime, having never played it, and then just like, you know, just play it a bit randomly and just, you know, see what character I like and, you know, see what, you know, don't look up anything, don't watch any guides, you know, nothing, right? And just mess around and see what the takeaway is. There's a kangaroo. I don't even. Who's okay, chat? For those here that, you know anything about Tekken, in your view, who do you think is the most popular character in Tekken? Like, who's their poster child, right? I don't even know. I have no idea. I don't know enough about Tekken's like story and whatnot. Who's their what do we got? We got, I guess, Jolter, Oberon now, Nash, Artoria. Who's their Artoria, I guess? Jin? Alright, who's Jin? Jesus, everyone is saying Jin. This is very universal. There's very little competition. Okay, I'm gonna look this up. Who the fuck is Jin in Tekken? Oh, okay. I've seen this guy before. He looks boring as hell. He looks boring as hell. How is he? I guess he's the main character. Why does that always? I always am baffled by this. I'm always baffled by this. Like in Blaze Blue, the most popular character is Ragna, but he's so boring. Right? Like, and like that's always. It's like it's so common that the main character is the most popular. That always baffles me because I never like main characters, or I don't mind some main characters, but they're never my favorite, like ever. Like Ragna's actually okay. I don't mind Ragna, but he's definitely not my favorite character, not even close. Yeah, people like edgy boys, I guess, and their main characters a lot. Guys, can you imagine if Oberon was a main character and like they made a new Fate game and you play through a story and it's just from Oberon's perspective the entire time, or Vortigern really, but you know what I'm saying. And that would just be so popular, and I would be dead. I would be so dead. Yeah, one of these days we might have to do a Tekken stream just to explore, right? Just mess about. That might be a good time, and especially because I haven't really looked anything up, and I probably should not look up anything like this Jin here. I should just keep myself blind and. That'll be an interesting experience. Do you have to unlock characters? I don't even know. Like, are they all available from the get-go? Dude, I've played Unlimited Codes and I don't really like it. It's actually it's a really bad game. It's funny in this, the game can be so broken, and like, you know, it can be funny to, you know, to see how broken the game is. But I don't like Unlimited Codes very much. It's not a good game. And it doesn't feel good to play, in my opinion. And the ways that it's broken are just really cheap and stupid. Like, dude, some of the Gilgamesh loops are, I mean, they're hilarious, but they're just ridiculous. And like that is such a badly balanced game. Though, although Ku is top tier, so you know it can't be that bad. But yeah, Unlimited Codes is such a because it's like the opposite of Tekken in a lot of ways, where the combos are insanely long. And they're repetitive as fuck, and they're broken as fuck, but they're just, the combos are just so long. I don't like fighting games that have insanely long combos, because what's fun in fighting games is the neutral and the mix-up and the mind games. You know, I don't need the arbitrary, you gotta memorize a 90-hit combo. You know, like, Luvia slapping for 24/7. It's like, this is not good gameplay, right? Like, seriously, Unlimited Codes is a bad game. Now, a bad game can still be enjoyable and funny and entertaining, sure, but it is a bad game, and it's pretty low on my list, because a lot of the wacky shit that people like, I don't really even care for in that game. Okay, so we have, man, I was really hoping all that stuff I was doing was gonna at least unlock me another node, but none of it did. None of it did, and now we're just at the time gate, and that was kind of a waste of AP then, but I agree. Melty Blood Actress Again is better than Unlimited Codes, absolutely. Like, not even close. Like, it's not even like that. They're not even comparable. Like, Melty Blood Actress Again is a pretty good, solid game, right? It's a good game. Fucking Unlimited Codes is a, like, amateur hour nightmare that just happened to, you know, have all this, like, under the hood wacky bullshit that's not even supposed to be there, right? Like, it's just nonsense. I actually like Actress Again more than the new Melty Blood. Now, the new Melty Blood, I think, looks better. You know, the sprite quality is better and stuff, but I actually like Actress Again more. And I especially like the cast more. That's not even close. Because they have the good Shiki, and you know they've got like roast beef and chaos and all that, right? Like they're way better cast options there. What's the vampire guy? I always forget his name. Night of Willy Wonka. Clearly that's it. He was pretty cool, but yeah, none of that's in the new one. And I just didn't. I don't really like the way they did a lot of stuff in the new ones. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I don't hate the new one, but I definitely like Actress Again more. And I really like the moon system in Actress Again. That was really cool. The one issue I have with Actress Again, and this applies to the new one too, really. But like, how do I put this? There's a lot of like meat and potatoes combos. It's like, it's very straightforward how you play almost every character in the Melty Blood games. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. But like, how do I put this? It's like, there's very easy, straightforward, like kind of how, like every character plays pretty similar in some ways. There are differences, of course, and there are like things that the characters excel at, and you have frame data and all that. But like, kind of the back and forth way you play is extremely similar between all of the characters. And it's, you know, your B&B combos are very simplistic on every character, and it makes it easy to get into, and that's fine. But, you know, like, for example, my favorite fighting game is BlazBlue, and BlazBlue is, like, the opposite of that. You know, the characters fundamentally play completely different from each other. Almost, aside from, like, Ragnar and Jin and stuff, you know, the characters are not straightforward in the way that they play, and the way they want to play the game is so different from each other, and, like, it's not very simple back and forth, right? And I prefer fighting games like that, where the different characters are just so extreme in the way that what they even want to accomplish on screen is very different. I think Guilty Gear does a better job of that. Guilty Gear is kind of a middle ground between like BlazBlue and Melty Blood. I definitely prefer Guilty Gear Strive over Melty Blood. The issue with Guilty Gear Strive though is there's like no characters in the entire game that I really want to play. There's Guilty Gear characters that I like, but none of them are in Strive. None of them, like not one. And also I think Melty Blood looks better. I much like, I don't know how to describe this, but I feel like Strive was a real step back for Guilty Gear visually in terms of aesthetic, not necessarily in like graphic fidelity, but like I think, what was it, Exard? I think Exard looked better. Like it really did, because it did a better job of being like the 3D 2D thing. You know, it still really looked like anime, but it was 3D. Where Strive I don't think does as good a job of that, like at all. I think it does a way worse job of that. And I think Melty Blood, because it's actual classic 2D sprites, it looks much better. I like 2D sprites, right? 2D sprites are awesome. You know, I like BlazBlue, so of course I do. But I'm really not crazy about the aesthetic in Strive. Like I liked it better in Exard, like very much so. Is Central Fiction good? BlazBlue, it's the only one I have. I mean, it's fine. You know, the story's kind of a convoluted mess, but you know, that's most of the later BlazBlue games. And mechanically, I think Central Fiction was really good. It's not perfect, but I mean, of course, it's up to taste. But like, you know, here's the thing. I don't think Exard or Strive looks great. I don't think either of them look great. I think BlazBlue looks better than both of them by a lot. I think Melty Blood looks better than both of them by a lot. I think, you know, what Under Night in Pillowcase, whatever the fuck that game is called, I think it looks better than Exard and Strive. I think fucking Guilty Gear, you know, XX2, Your Mom's House, you know, whatever the fuck that series got named, I think that looks better than Exard and Strive, but between Strive and Exard, I like Exard more because I think it did a better job of being like the 3D 2D look, where you know, Strive is just pretty much straight up 3D. Yeah, Under 9 Birth, that's the one. I will give that though to Melty Blood, the new Melty Blood. It has good sprites, you know, its sprite quality is pretty solid, so that's nice to see. I wish they would have like updated BlazBlue, because BlazBlue is really old now, right? Even though they've made like, you know, cross tag, that's just using the original sprites and stuff. So it'd be nice to see BlazBlue get a facelift with sprite quality and stuff, but that's probably not going to happen anytime soon. All right, I should do one more stage just to use my AP. I'll just do the universal one because you can't really go wrong with this one. Like, you can stock up on these mats so you can spin them right away tomorrow, but I mean, who cares? Cross tag is a terrible game. That is a terrible game. That is very low on my list of fighting games. Like, that was like, I think Strive has found a really good balance between making it more newbie friendly and being a bit more dumbed down, but then still having some depth and having like a normal control scheme. Where Cross Tag was just trying so hard to be casual, and they just completely changed the control scheme to where it was like so alien if you actually wanted a normal fighting game, and like it was just so brain dead with like the auto combos and everything. God, I do not like Cross Tag. As one of my least favorite fighting games, actually. Really did not care for that. Cross Tag wasn't exactly it was hated by BlazBlue fans because it was so dumbed down, and it was so many issues, but it did have a cult following, like, absolutely. Jubei's in Central Fiction though, like, and Jubei is so much funner in Central Fiction because his moveset is not tied to that insane fucking, you know, combo system and ridiculously limited control scheme and everything. Like, he's so much better in Central Fiction. Cairo, you didn't even have a segue. You didn't even have a segue! Cairo just shows up and like, your eyesight's bad. Who's that? Yeah, peak humor right there. Okay, sure. Alright, let's see. What are we doing here? We want to get this is the last stage I'm doing on my main account here, so it's all about AP efficiency, not time efficiency. Let's see what I want to bring. So this stage drops literally everything. Why was I bringing the non-limit broken one? Or I was bringing both, that's why. Okay. That's not completely crazy. So Matthew drops one of everything, excuse me. Mash drops one of everything. He drops one of everything. He does too. Ku's here because I have to have Bond, so that's the one inefficient thing. Oh, we can bring Nobu. I think what does she give? Only that? Yeah, only that. Do I have anyone else that boosts every drop? I mean, Himiko, but I have to get her out of the second storage, and I don't particularly want to do that. Alright, fine. Nobu it is. This is such a bad team, but I think it can scrap out a victory here. Don't you defend Cairo. Don't you do that. Dude, her name used to be Matthew, and it still kind of is. Like, that's why it's Mashu, because it's Matthew. Like, that's absolutely what it is. It's just they couldn't fucking pronounce it, so they kind of just changed it to Mash. Like, her original Valentine's CE spelled her name, and it was just Matthew. That's just what it was. And I think they wanted to give her... Like, here's the thing. Because there's the whole Galahad thing, I think they wanted to give her a name that, in their minds, was, like, maybe a little bit masculine sounding, but androgynous. Right? I think that's what they were going for. Which Matthew's not really that, but they don't know. They spelled, they couldn't spell Medusa, so don't question it. But I think that's what it was. They were trying to like hint at the Galahad stuff and everything, and they were trying to pick a name that kind of worked in the middle like that. But they didn't know what they were doing, and then they literally couldn't pronounce Matthew, and so it kind of just became Mashu. Which then, because Japanese pronunciation is just mash, so that's kind of where that came. It's crazy. Did they ever change her Valentine's CE though it said Matthew? Did they ever decide to go back and let me check? Let me look it up on the wiki and see if I can find it. Because it wouldn't shock me after all these years if they would like retcon it. Because it was like that for so long. It was Matthew for ages. But yeah, I figured they want to hide the past here. Rewrite history and all that. Let's see. You find her CEs. Yep, there it is. Yeah, it says MASH now. That's so funny. I wonder if the wiki kept track of that and has the original picture. Let me see. Yep, they do. They've got the original picture on there. It says Matthew. That's amazing. Here, I'll link it. Yeah, I bet you a lot of people today don't realize that that's how it used, like how, you know, her name used to be that and all that. I don't think, dude, some of the promotional material for FGO, dude. Oh my god, like before the game even came out, it was so inconsistent. And then Melty Blood's the same way, you know, Melty Blood was spelling Artoria's name in all kinds of different ways between the website and the trailers and everything. Fate's track record with English is just so bad. The thing is, like, Mashu's not better. I find it funny that everyone acts like Mashu's like this giant cutesy name. It's not, because it's literally mash, right? You know, mashed potatoes, right? It's not, like, Mash is a terrible fucking name, right? It's just, it kind of evolved from Matthew, so it's so weird. The only thing that's good about MASH is all the memes. You got like MASH, BASH, SMASH, you know, Mashu, Smashu. You know, that stuff's great. But yeah, it's not a good name. Like, no way. Yeah, no, legit, Matthew sounds better, right? Like, that absolutely works better. But, you know, it's, they can't fucking say it, so... The thing is, it is not Nasu trying to make a female version of Artorias. That is not what is happening with Artoria's name. And it never was. It literally never was. You know, it's literally just what they want her name to be and how they think it's supposed to be spelled in English. And they don't understand English at all. And if you look through the history of it, that is blatantly what's going on. Like, it's not about making a female version of Artorias, and that's literally not it. It's about trying to localize what the actual Japanese name is. And that's why whenever Type Moon does not have a tight grip on a localization of something, it's always localized Artoria. Because that is how you localize what they're saying and spelling in Japanese. That is the localization. And that's why every goddamn time, you know, Type Moon doesn't have direct control over it, that's how it is fucking localized. And then every time they have direct control over it, they make it Artoria. And there used to be other names to do this with too. They just stopped because it was too stupid. But like, they were the ones that spelled Medusa that way, because that's their dumbass idea of how it's supposed to be. Which I can't even pronounce it. I literally cannot pronounce the way they thought Medusa was supposed to be. And there's other ones too that they've done this with, but most of them have kind of gone away over time. Artoria is the one that, you know, or Altrea that has stuck around. Medusa, yeah, that's about right. Oh god, what a joke, dude. Dude, that Arthur poster, how did he spell that? Do you still have it, Cairo? I got it pinned somewhere. They had like an Arthur, like, that was so, so bad, dude. That's the thing, people are over here trying to act like Type Moon, trying to like uphold the root word of Artorias. But like, bullshit, they can't fucking spell Arthur. Right? They can't spell fucking Arthur, and you think they're understanding Artorias, right? Like, get a fucking clue. And like Medusa is a known Greek, you know, mythology figure that has been localized a million times throughout history, right? That you can pull from, and they couldn't get that right. Right? Like, there are official translations for Medusa going back for, you know, many, many years, for ages. And it's always Medusa, right? And they can't get that right. And it's kind of like, they do this a lot. I've seen this so clearly in from like Japanese media. Now this is a blanket statement, so a lot of individuals don't fall under this, but in general, Japan basically, when they use English, they don't care about English. They care about what they've made up for English, right? And to some extent, that's okay, right? Like how they use English as slang sometimes, and it kind of takes on its own meaning. That's fine, right? You know, other languages do that all the time, like the way languages incorporate other words from other languages. That's all fine, totally fine, right? So when they want to use English, I don't really care, right? When I care is when they apply like Japanese English that they've kind of made up, and they try to apply that to actual English localizations, right? That, it's like, it doesn't work that way, but they clearly don't get that, and you can see that, never mind Type Moon, you can see that mindset through a lot of Japanese media, where they basically have their own version of English, and how they think it's supposed to be, and like, and it's kind of like it's kind of an English version that's more like in line with how Japanese is said and used and stuff. And that's of course because, you know, they speak Japanese because they are Japanese. But when you're doing an English localization, you know, for North America, you can't do it that way, right? It doesn't work like that. But yeah, don't tell Nasu that apparently, because that's the thing. From what I hear, they tried, like, many parties involved with FGO, like the localization team, and I think Aniplex even, they tried to make it Artoria because they understand why Altria doesn't make sense when you're, you know, localizing what they're localizing and everything. But Time Moon was like, nope, it's Altria. And it's like, well, fuck. Dude, there's so much English that like bleeds over in such weird ways when they actually translate it. It's a trip, man, because English, like I said, is basically its own thing, right? It's become its like own slang over there, and yeah, it gets really weird when it gets combined with actual English. Alright, let's see how much FP I got from this. Come on, give me another coup copy. If I get one more coup copy, chat, we get to Grail coup, and I get to finally use my XP so my inventory is not on fire. I have so much XP right now, it's a little ridiculous. My second storage is full of 5-star embers. My mailbox has got a bunch of 5-star embers in it. My regular inventory has a bunch of embers in it. Like, getting a coup copy right now would just be so good. Because one, I finally get to level coup again, and then I get to fix my inventory. There's a decent chance that I'll get a coup before this event is over. You get a lot of FP through the event every day. I mean, like, a lot. And then you get the 2 free summons every day. So it could happen. I already got the 1 coup, so just 1 more to go. What I'm saying is we're going to get Geronimo. I'm sure a lot of people will get Angra during this event because it's so much FP. And Herbitrot, Saber Lily. Those aren't too rare, but I'm sure some people don't have them MP5 yet. I mean, my Herbitrot's just MP3, so I still need her. Okay, not much of note on this one. It was better earlier. The thing is, like I said, there's a difference between when something is being absorbed from a different language versus localizing. I don't care if, like, Japan wants to use, like, the word okay or yes and kind of change it and use it differently than we do. That's fine. Right? That's completely fine, and that's kind of what they're supposed to do, so that's no issue. It's when you're literally bringing something to North America and having an official English version, and you're still using that kind of logic, right? That don't work. Okay, anything else I need to do over here? See if I can make some CE bombs now, just to make my inventory less atrocious. Boy, and then you got weird stuff too. This gets crazy, dude, like the language, man. So you'll have like anime games, whatever, where maybe there's a lot more English than normal for whatever reason. Like maybe there's like part of the subject matter has to do with America or something, or they just use a lot of English words for some reason. And then like 90% of the cast, right, can't say, you know, English words very well, and so they just English it up and that's that. But then there's like 2 voice actors that speak really good English, right? So then it's like, it's kind of weird, right? Like it happens in Arknights, right? I was talking about this before, how like most of the characters can't say Arknights in English, so that it's just, you know, Arknightsu, where then you have like a couple though that can just straight up say Arknights. But then when you apply that to like technique names and all kinds of other stuff, you know, it gets kind of wild. Let's see what level we can get to, just from all this FP summon nonsense. Does anyone remember the Blaze Blue, like, intro screen, right? Like, before a fight? It's pretty famous, but what's important here is I remember, so each game had a different, like, announcer, right? But then they'd also have, like, a million announcers. It was, like, DLC and stuff, and some of them were unlockable in the game. And so you had a million people try to say that English phrase, and it was just like, oh my god, it was just all over the map, right? Like, just some of them had good English, kind of good English, atrocious English. It was just so all over the place. It got pretty funny. Oh man, let's see. I wonder. So that would probably overgauge. Yeah, I should not feed it that one because that would overgauge. So I'll give this one to 100. I think I need to take a CE to like 25 or 28 or something like that for it to not overgauge on this one. Because it's only like, you know, 17 attack, which, I mean, sure, it adds up and it's nice to get, but no rush. Oh, excuse me. Free SQ. Yeah, 1,000. I got 1,000 5-star embers right there. Then 100 4-star ones, and then another 50 4-star, and then, you know, a few in there, and even more down here. 100 right there, and then my inventory is full of them. So I really need to get that coup copy so I can grail him and get rid of some of this XP. Let's see, and my bank, my second storage is like nothing but 5-star embers. And let's see, how many do I have on me? I don't have that much. I mean, I've got a lot, but that's not too bad. Okay, no, okay, I lied. I lied. I am a fucking liar. That's quite a bit. I mean, it's not like as much as in the mailbox or in second storage, but you get 5-star embers from just so many things, though. It's from events, it's from FP summon. I mean, literally from FP summon, you get a lot of 5-star embers. Now you get them from clearing the main story, right? You get them from all kinds of stuff now. Like, they've made it easier and easier to get XP. And that's why I'm saying I, like, never do XP dailies anymore. There's just so many ways to get XP without blowing the AP that you know, pretty rarely are these worth doing. Even though the new daily is actually better because the new daily drops 5-star embers now. All right, I think that's enough FGO for today. It's a pretty boring event, but I think I'll do a bonus stream. I think I've got enough gas in the tank. I think I'll play some Ninja Gaiden. People have been asking for that for a while, and I haven't played it in ages, and we're probably going to get slaughtered and die miserably. So that'll be a great experience. Give me 1 second to get it set up. Everybody just likes to watch Green Man fail. The nice thing about Ninja Gaiden, though, I'm never bored when I play that game. Because I'm normally getting slashed in the face. Okay, if I remember correctly, this game does not play super nice with OBS, but I can make it work. Give me a moment here. I gotta switch this stream title and all that.
The evil dark dragon blade, a legendary sword.
Yeah, I remember if you click off screen for any reason, it's one of those games where it minimizes. So if I click off to do stream stuff, it'll minimize the game. That's what it is. I think there's a way to fix it, but it's a pain in the butt. Because like Genshin Impact does that as well. But there's a way to fix it in Genshin Impact. Like you go into properties and all that and you can do it. And I did it for Genshin Impact, but I have not for this game because I don't remember how to do it.
If the blade's seal were to be broken, it would gather the hatred and evil of mankind and confer it upon the one who wields it, transforming him into the devil.
Okay, I think we got it set up.
However, not even those of the dragon lineage who protect it know the true extent of its power.
Let me know if the volume needs to be changed. All right, give me 1 second. I'm gonna take just a quick break here to get water and run to the restroom. But yeah, let me know if the volume will need to be tweaked. Oh yeah, chat, I forgot to say, that's enough FGO for today. For those that only want to watch FGO, thank you for watching. But now we're gonna play Ninja Gaiden and get out! I mean, what? Alright, hold on a second, I need to move my, chat over so I can see it better. There we go. How the hell do I play this game? Professional streamer, yeah. Well, I guess the next boss is the dragon. Just trying to get reacquainted with the controls here. I wonder if we can go back already to the monastery to get that mini game thing. I don't know. I can't remember. I think this used to be like a pretty annoying puzzle in the original game, but I think they made it way simpler in Sigma, but I don't remember. We'll see. Wasn't there a scarab in here, or did they move that one? I know there's like one scarab in Sigma that is not in the same location as it is in Black. And that always fucks me up, because I don't play Sigma very much. Maybe we already got it last time we streamed this. The racial missions are almost good, but they're not. That's pretty much how I feel about it. It's like, adding a new character, great. Like, no problem. But, oh my god, I think I know what they did. Oh my god, that's so casual! So in the original game, oh my god, that's so casual. This is funny though, you can tell they couldn't be bothered to like change the puzzle. So in the original game, you could not get out of here unless you did the puzzle in there, right? Like you had to do the puzzle in there and that would make these pop up and then that's how you got out. Where in Sigma, you just click the switch and you can leave and that's it. But then you can still do the puzzle as an optional thing. But that's like super lazy because they didn't change the puzzle because it's the nature of the puzzle might be kind of, oh my god, these guys. But because of the nature of the puzzle, if you wanted to make it easier, it'd actually take effort. So they just let you skip it entirely and then keep the original puzzle. That's also fucked up because originally these guys wouldn't spawn until you did the puzzle. But now they spawn before you do the puzzle. And I think they keep respawning until you kill like 40 of them or something. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna save in case I die. I don't have to do all that again. But, yeah, the Rachel missions are a good idea, but her moveset's just not expansive enough. Like, sure, her moveset's too small. Dude, I remember when I was a kid, I loved this game so much. It's like, it was just, you know, hard and lots of content. I was like such a fan. Not the best start here. Don't really remember these guys' movesets, so I have to learn that again. Nice camera. Very good, very good. Fantastic. If I could kill one of these without getting my ass kicked, I could use the blue orb for an ultimate, and that would be like a free kill. But we're having a hard time here, because we are not good at this game. Don't know why I thought that was a good idea. Well, actually, I'm gonna let that get used, because I hate those. I don't want to beat a boss with one, so I want it out of my inventory, so I'll just let that slide. Yeah, I wish they like asked you if you wanted to use those or not. I don't want to. It's like CSing a boss, right? I don't want to do that. I can't see game. Camped. Roll too soon. Roll too late. Roll too late. Yeah, same theme here. I think the one over there is lower on health. In the corner. So a lot of people are like, oh man, I remember when I beat Master Ninja in this game and it was the best and all that. But I remember when I beat Master Ninja, I remember thinking that was easier than very hard mode, which I still stand by that. Like, I've played this game from time to time over the years, and I still stand by that very hard mode is harder than Master Ninja mode. And so, and either way, like, regardless of which one you think is harder, they're so close in difficulty that it's not, like, the jump from hard mode to very hard mode is like a big deal, and it's like, wow, that's a, you know, big step up. Where if you've beaten very hard mode, when you play Master Ninja mode, it's like, this is fairly different. So it's not a big thing. Are you winning? No, I am not winning. Also, I was supposed to do an account review today and I forgot, because I remember that because yours is one of the account reviews I was going to do, because we used your Gareth recently. Totally forgot to do that. We are getting fucking annihilated right now. If I could just stop getting hit by one of these, I could set up like a chain, because then you can ultimate and then use that one you killed to set up another ultimate. Although that's kind of cheap, but still. Well, I wanted to get the second level, but chip damage. Not a lot of enemies do chip damage when you block, but these guys do. Because they big boys. So big that they cover your fucking camera. Damn it, I almost got a bigger ult. I also got hit because I actually brought up the score screen, and then turning it off made me stop paying attention and I got wrecked. Neglectful streamer. Or like forgetful streamer. I missed! I had a strong ult there and I fucking missed. Oh my god, his club made me stay in place. I did not know it could do that. Too soon. He just had to jump. Okay, come on, drop a blue. Or just don't drop anything. That was not a blue! Oh my god, these clubs! Next level! It's because they're like an object or something, so you can't go through them. Bad time, bad time. God, how many of these do you have to kill? I know it's quite a few. You don't actually have to kill them to do the puzzle, though. You can just ignore them and start jumping around, but, I gotta kill them at some point. You know what? What could go wrong? That did not even kill. I have no idea what the death count is. You have to ask Zol for that. Didn't even drop a orb worth a damn. You know what? Let's change tactics. Did I upgrade this? I did. Now, I don't really remember how to use it, but I remember it's good for killing big boys. It's actually just good in general. You can absolutely just play through the whole game with this thing if you want to. It's true for most of the weapons. Too soon. Actually, way too soon on that one. Come here. How the hell did that miss? Come on, get over here. That is such a dorky combo. That is so dorky. Also really slow. Would have liked to have gotten a bigger one off, but this does seem to do pretty well against these guys. Greed. Death. Super death. I hate using all these items, but I gotta use my money for something. I don't want to die and have to fight them all over again, because my god, there's a lot of them. Come on, come on, come on. I like how I killed the one back there, that's great. That missed entirely. Physics? Yeah, the shockwave does damage. Apparently not enough to kill this guy, though. Damn it, man. What? I don't think I've ever seen him do that out of that move before. And we're just not paying enough attention. Too much greed. Too much greed! Out of healing. I should have used that one for an ult. Damn it! Grab! My god, there's still more of these dudes. These are actually one of my least favorite things in the game. They can be, you know, interesting, but especially for streaming, they're just really repetitive. And they're pretty much always just one enemy type. They're optional, so you don't have to do them, but it's more interesting you have to fight different combinations of enemies instead of just the same enemy 80 times. This is bad. Let's see. Well, somehow that didn't kill him. I'm confused. I shot that man in the face with Inferno and he didn't die. Well, I think what I might do is do this off stream just because that takes so long. The problem is trying to do the puzzle is really annoying if those guys are running around. Yeah, I don't know why the R looks like that. But yeah, it's too repetitive. I don't want to do that on stream because it's like if I fail again, I have to do it again and again. And it's like you have to kill so many. I think you have to kill like 50 or something. So I'll just try to do the puzzle with them still here. See if I can remember what the hell you're supposed to do in this place. I think if I don't walk into the metal... Damn it, there they are. Go away, nobody likes you. Might have changed it. It looks like they actually did change this puzzle. Yeah, they did. There used to be switches like everywhere, and that would change the placement of the platforms. It looks like what they did was all the platforms are just in the correct location for you to do it. So yeah, they did nerf the hell out of this. Yeah, it was like a whole thing where you had to move a platform and then move it back, and you know, you basically would move a platform to get to a switch, and then to go where you really need to go, and then the platform you move to get to that switch, you need to move back. That was basically the puzzle. It's not even that hard, but that was they definitely removed all that here. Looks like all the platforms are just where they're supposed to be. Trying to remember. I think you might be able to cheese this jump, actually. Let me find out. Not quite like that. I do think that works, though. These enemies might stop me from doing it, though. At some point, I'm gonna get hit in the face with a club here. I'm gonna make sure I'm not missing something. I'm pretty sure you're supposed to do it here. What is that guy doing? Imagine if these guys could wall run like we do. Woo! I am pretty sure you can get up there that way. Like, there's things you can do to extend your jump. I don't think that's what you're supposed to do, but I do think that is possible. There is a scarab in the game somewhere there where you have to do that. I actually think what I just did would work if I wasn't locking onto the enemies. This would be, I think I could do this if I would just kill all these guys, but that takes so fucking long. It's either that or you can come from the other side. Okay, well, now he's just being a dick. Put the club down. Jesus Christ, get on the platform. Yeah, that would, what I just did would absolutely get me on that platform if these guys weren't around. So I can either kill them or try to like get them over here, or not aggro them in the first place, actually, because they don't always spawn if you like are careful. Because that would have worked. Yeah, that would get up there. Okay, let me try to not have them aggro. Go away, you bastards! Because like the leap attack is like locking onto them and it's like moving, so I'm not going where I want to go. The floor is lava. At least the center of the floor is. Okay. Just don't fuck it up, forehead. There we go. There is another way to do this though, but that's basically how we got on the train, I remember. Oh, fuck you, game. Like, congrats, you did it! Have a bat! I bet you on very... Oh my god! I bet you on very hard those are fish. I don't remember, but I bet you they are. That was very Dark Souls of them. Okay. Yeah, this is way different in Ninja Gaiden Black. This whole room is very different. I will come back here off stream to murder those guys. I think I remember where to go. Damn it. Bonk. That move is so overpowered. Because it has iframes on it, so... And because you go into the air, you're away from other people. Wait, this might actually be another, like, kill gauntlet right here. I'm not sure. That's really weird if they have two kill gauntlets right next to each other. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is a fucking kill gauntlet. Why would they put two of them right next to each other? That's very strange. Okay, I'll do this off stream too, because these just take forever. Oh, can't go that way. Don't mind me, gentlemen. Yeah, I already did some of these off stream last time I played this, but maybe take a while, so I'll just do both of those. That's weird that they put two of them right next to each other, though. Yeah, I have memories of... I think you get like a life extension there or something. I should probably... well... Just do one of those. Is there anything in the water here? There is. I feel like I've missed a scarab because, you know, I mostly just played Ninja Gaiden Black back in the day, and I am pretty sure there is a scarab in Sigma that, like, moves because, like, the way the map changed, and I think I might have missed that one. Oh, there's the fishies. Look at them. Just hanging out like they own the place. So they're blue in Ninja Gaiden Black and they're purple in Sigma. There's a lot of stuff like that in Sigma where they made blue things purple. Oh, fuck. I was doing good there. Fuck. Nope, still more of them. I think there's still more. Yep! Fucking asshole fish, dude. Dude, I think it's so funny though that you know, this game's super old and you know, it had mimics and all that with the fish and the bats. I mean, I guess even older games than this had it too. It's just it's funny to see that. If I remember correctly, there's a way to cheese that part where you can like skip the combat part here, I think. But that's no fun. Oh, I have Dooku's sword. It's not upgraded yet. I actually really like this sword. Loads of people hate it, but this is like my favorite weapon in the game. I really enjoy it. But I'll wait until I can upgrade it to use it. I wonder if you can literally just... Yeah, you can. Do I have enough of these? Of course Fishy likes to fish, you monster. Dude, they're such killers, man. You're probably the only person that would defend those fish. Fuck him. I can't believe that hit me. I didn't even try to dodge or block because I thought I was out of its range. Thank you, camera. Thank you, camera. I just got, like, juggled. That's fine, I wanted to get rid of it anyway. That means I shouldn't have healed earlier, though. I kind of forgot that I had it. I'm not respecting their movesets. It's because they can, like, do their attack pretty quick, so if you're committing to something, you're not gonna be able to dodge. It's like either that or you need to be, like, behind them. Dude, this little guy is just making it impossible. Fuck! Okay. now our CS is back, which is actually annoying. I swear, this part better not be another kill gauntlet. If there's 3 kill gauntlets like that, that's just so repetitive. Take me like an hour to do that off stream if I have to do 3 of them. I don't think that one is. I think that's just a normal room. Oh god, I have to fight the fish again. Oh god. Ugh. Fish are like the hardest enemy in this game, I swear. There's ways to cheese them, but it's true for most things. Shame Zaw's not here today. He really wanted to see more Ninja Gaiden. Whoops. I didn't mean to do that. I'm going to save, so I don't have to do that again. I do wonder how many scarabs I have right now. Is that all of them? Hell yes! Okay. Fish sticks. Okay. That was pretty silly right there. I don't want to kill the small ones first. Look at him attacking the second he was available there. I mean, that's what I would do. So I wanted to execute. Fuck the small one when he fell over, but I couldn't because of the big guy. No, don't target the big guy. Oh my god. Well, I needed to get rid of it anyway. This little shit man is making so many problems. You know what? You just, do that real quick. He roll caught me! What is this, Dark Souls? Looking PvP expert over here. I hit the small one. He literally backflipped it. Wait, how are you still alive? We beat the piss out of that guy. There's still more of these clowns. How did that not kill either of them? I think I made it worse for myself. Are we done? There's not even loot for this. There's not even, like, you literally could just jump up here and skip it and it doesn't matter. I mean, there's your pride, then. This is the Dark Souls of Ninja Gaiden, yeah. It is funny when people think Dark Souls is hard, because, like, Ninja Gaiden is very similar in a lot of ways. More action-focused, obviously, less RPG, but it's much harder. And, you know, it's not like... Some people act like, oh, Dark Souls, it's an easy game, right? I mean, Dark Souls is, you know, it's a game. You know, you have to pay attention, you have to understand it, you have to learn. You know, it's very easy to die in Dark Souls, but it's not even half as hard as like Ninja Gaiden and a lot of other older games too. The main thing about Dark Souls is it has its own rule set that you have to understand and learn and respect them, right? If you don't know what you're doing and you try to play it like a lot of other games, it will punish you, right? It will kill you if you don't play the game properly. And basically, they try to teach you through, you know, play. They don't just sit down and say, oh, do this, right? They make you play the game, die, and then figure it out. It's true, Ninja Gaiden on normal mode actually probably is easier than Dark Souls, to be honest. I don't know. Even then, actually, I might say it's still Ninja Gaiden. It's closer, though, if you played it on normal mode. But, like, because, like, Alma, even Alma without ads and stuff, like, on normal mode, I think is harder than most bosses in Dark Souls. Like, Alma and Alma Awakening and Dooku and all that, I think that stuff is harder than most things in Dark Souls. And definitely the trash mobs, because ultimately, after Dark Souls trash mobs will kill you for, like, the first... You know, if you're an actual gamer, right, they'll kill you for like maybe the first hour, right? But then trash mobs become fairly undangerous in Dark Souls, aside from like maybe some ambushes or a few like, you know, mini bosses and stuff, where it's pretty easy for mobs to kill you in Ninja Gaiden all the way through, I would say. Yeah, Dark Souls is, yeah, here's what the buttons do, figure it out, right? They don't tell you about iframes, anything. They don't, you know, they do not hold your hand at all. They don't ease you into it. They kind of just, like, figure it out, jackass. And I'll say this, because of the RPG elements, it is much easier to cheese Dark Souls. Like, there are ways to cheese Ninja Gaiden, absolutely. But because of the RPG aspects, you can easily cheese Dark Souls. I mean, really easy. You can just overlevel, you know, use a great shield, all kinds of stuff. A lot of people will play through Ninja Gaiden and never figure out how to cheese it, because it doesn't have RPG elements, so you can't overstat it and things like that. But if you wanted to, like, play Dark Souls and, like, you know, always stay on the correct level, make sure you don't overlevel anything, and that kind of thing, and then you compare it to normal mode Ninja Gaiden, they are pretty comparable at that point, I would say. They're pretty similar. It's not even poise, it's just armor. Like, it's just, like, if you put on heavy armor, use a great shield, level up a lot, you know, you don't even need the poise. You're just so tanky, it doesn't matter. Because even the games that don't have poise, it's the same thing. You know, it's not any harder to cheese the other Dark Souls games. Like, actually, Demon Souls is one of the easiest ones to cheese. I actually think Demon Souls is outrageously easy to cheese. A big part of that is because Demon Souls didn't know what order you would do things in. So like every world, because Demon Souls is like Mario. You got world 1-1, world 1-2, 1-3, you know, 2-1, 2-3. But you could do them in like any fucking order you wanted. So most of the worlds are roughly the same in difficulty. And so whatever, you know, by the time, let's say you're doing them in linear order, by the time you get to world 5, you're just ludicrously too strong for it, right? And you'll just crush it, and that's a real issue in Demon Souls, honestly. Like, only the first, like, 2 worlds you do will actually be hard. But you can always make Dark Souls games a lot harder. You know, you can be like, hey, I'm only going to be level 1, or I'm going to be level 10, and you don't level up beyond that, and you can make it a lot harder, because there are some bosses in Dark Souls that have very tricky movesets that if you don't have good stats, you're going to have to learn on a pretty technical level and can be quite difficult. But like Ninja Gaiden makes you do that all the time, right? If you hold yourself back or not. Trying to remember. Oh wait, I can just open that door now. That's what it is. I can just go that way. I'm hoping Elden Ring will be good, but I am worried they're gonna like super make it casual. Like they even said they wanted it to have mainstream appeal and everything, so kind of worried it's gonna be the Dark Souls for dummies. But you never know. They might have some good optional challenges and PvP and all that. Demon Souls PvP is pretty bad. I mean, it's funny. Like, it's funny. I remember playing it back in the day. You know, scrapping spear and all that can be funny, but like, it's not very good. There's only like 3 builds. There's literally like 3 builds and then a few like ways you can twink it with different weapons, right? Like, it's not that good. And then like, you know, just the way like, you know, what beats what and how you can stun lock people and like the damage to health ratios and everything, it's not great. Like, a big part of the problem with Demon Souls is spells are not even remotely balanced, and like there's no reason not to get second chance. And then armor is shit in Demon Souls, so everyone takes an outrageous amount of damage. So second chance is the only reason you don't die in half a second. Like, it's pretty bad. Like, it's pretty bad. Like, there's some fun stuff in Demon Souls with like how you roll catch and all that kind of stuff. But that's in all of the Souls games, so it's actually kind of low on the totem pole for PvP, I would say. Now, when you just do casual stuff, right, and you make like a level 40 character, you invade other random people playing through the game, you can still have a good time, because then it's more about using the map and like, you know, how they react and that kind of stuff. And that can be a great time. And some of the level layouts are really fun for PvP. But for like straight up 1v1 me bro PvP, Demon Souls is really low on the list for me. Okay, I gotta grab this thing, but this guy doesn't seem to care for that. Let's see if we can time. I wonder. Yep. We are so cheesing this guy. I don't even care. I was just talking about not cheesing, but fuck that guy. He's camping. I mean, he should have moved out of the lava, man. Could have just walked up. Yeah, let me think. For PvP in Souls games, I think it goes like, it kind of depends, right? Because there's a real difference between shenanigans, you know, when it's like, you know, the host and he's got a couple of phantoms and you're running around using the mobs and all that. Like, so like you have shenanigans and then you have like 1v1 me bra, right? And the different games are different in different areas. So for like 1v1 me bra, I would actually say Dark Souls 2, if it wasn't just for soul memory and everything, making everyone's like level all over the place. But mechanically, what happens in a 1v1 in Dark Souls 2, if everyone's like level 100, is probably the best. Like really, a lot of people hate Dark Souls 2, but I actually think the 1v1ing in Dark Souls 2 is probably the best. And then probably Dark Souls 1. And then probably Demon Souls, and then 3. 3 is just dog shit for 1v1. It's like it is the worst 1v1 in a Souls game. It's so bad. But then for shenanigans, like just, you know, using mobs, summoning phantoms, you know, no honor, I'd actually say 3 might be the best, actually. Then I'd probably say 3, 1, and then maybe Demon Souls then 2. I think Demon Souls was the worst for shenanigans because if you gave half a fuck as the host, you would never lose. You know, the invaders can't heal, they're time limited, so they get kicked out. You can turn the mobs against them forever. Like, it's just so bullshit in 2. Seeds are in 3, but they're way weaker. They only last for 45 seconds. Like, I think shenanigans are pretty awesome in 3 because the invader or the host can do all kinds of crazy shit, right? The level layouts were very vertical, so there was a lot of, like, you could do a lot of jumping off platforms and jumping between platforms, or using the cat ring and surviving falls, so the host couldn't follow you because he didn't have the cat ring, or if he did, he'd take a bunch of damage. You know, there was a lot of fun stuff like that. And then, like, the host was very powerful, right? Because they could summon blue phantoms and the white phantoms, and then they did have seeds, but they only lasted 45 seconds. The invader could actually heal, for God's sakes. So I think three shenanigans were great. They had really fun covenants for shenanigans. They had very fun level layouts for shenanigans. Fuck! Overshot it. And where 2 had some okay level layouts, but they weren't that good. And then, again, seeds lasted forever. The invader couldn't heal. The invader was time limited. It made build variety like really shitty because you had so few build options for as an invader in 2. Like 2 had really good 1v1 if you weren't level 500, which most people were, which kind of killed it. But I don't. The shenanigans I think in 1 and 3 are the best. And then I mean Demon Souls was pretty good too, actually. Yeah, I've played every kind of PvP in every Souls game. I normally play them a lot. Fuck, I fucked that up. F-bombs everywhere. Anyway, you know, I've 1v1'd, I've, you know, hosted, I've been an invader and dealt with, you know, gank squads, and I've done like every angle of it, and I like all of it, it's fun. And people get really mad at hosts that are scummy, but it honestly adds a lot of life to the game, and it's just for fun, so I don't mind it. The only time I have a problem with hosts is when they're being very cheap, right, and like doing things that are really unfair, and then they act like they unironically act like they're tough shit and like they're the best at the game. It's like, that's just dumb, you know. But if you want to, you know, gank with your buddies and use Seed of a Giant, and you know, that's fine, that's totally fine, and it can be fun to deal with that. But you know, don't act like you're like the best PvPer in the game, and a few of them do, which is really silly. Okay, there's a shop over there that I actually want to get to. I remember in Demon Souls, you had to kill yourself every time you wanted to invade. That was very dumb. Because every time you would win an invasion, you would get your body back, and you couldn't invade if you had your body. Well, this is going to be annoying. Woo! That was close. I think those platforms only stay there for a little while, so you have to like gas, gas, gas. Dark Souls 2 did have really good armor. It really did. There were some really cool combinations and stuff that you could come up with. The fashion was really good there. Like, 2, a lot of people like naysay it and act like it's the worst game ever, and then some people act like it's the best game ever, where the truth's in the middle. There's aspects of it that are really unique and are really good, but there is legitimate, huge problems in that game. You know, soul memory is terrible, and FromSoft has even like admitted that, and they're never putting it in another game, obviously. You know, adaptability was terrible. You know, tying iframes to a stat, that was clearly a terrible idea. Like those things are big, big no-nos. But it had some really unique boss fights. It had some interesting art design for like the levels. And like backstepping was actually like a useful ability to use in PvP. And leap attack was like a real thing. So like when you would 1v1 in Dark Souls 2, especially when you were lower level, 1v1ing in Dark Souls 2 got really stupid at like level 500. But you had all these options, you know, to be aggressive or defensive. You could roll in, you could backstab, you could leaping attack actually could be worth a damn. So you had like a lot of both players had a lot of options and they're just at their disposal, and so that made the back and forth really interesting. And it had more, I think, options than the other games. You had more options to be aggressive or defensive in 2 than most of the other Souls games. Can I just make this level 3 right now? I can! Hell yes! Okay, that's probably all I'm going to upgrade for now. I'm so looking forward to Elden Ring, though, because it's gonna be fun to... every time I played a Souls game, it was before I was a streamer. So it'll be interesting to play that. It might be annoying, though. I might end up hating it, because, you know, people like to backseat, people like to... just, you know, people can be a real shit when it comes to games like that, right? And so streaming it might be miserable, but we'll see. Oh, I should heal up. Because people are going to want to spoil things. People are going to say, why aren't you using this? Why aren't you using that? Why are you using this? Why are you using that? Right? Like, it's going to be so much of that crap. And I remember last time I played this, I got really good at fighting these guys, and they weren't a big deal, but I'm really struggling with them right now. I think this is the last zone you really fight them in, though. Although I could be crazy. Trying to just concentrate here so I don't get... Okay, camera, work with me here. What? What was... I swear I framed that right. Oh my god, and it goes south. And then that magic shot missed entirely. So this weapon I remember in the original Ninja Gaiden, not Ninja Gaiden Black, but the like regular Xbox Ninja Gaiden. It would constantly drain your health, but there was a accessory you could wear that would constantly regenerate your life, and they would balance each other out. But the regenerate thing, I think they thought was too strong, because you could use the regenerate gauntlet thing without the sword, and you would just regenerate health. And so what they did in this one, if I remember correctly, is now if you max upgrade this thing, it doesn't drain your life anymore, but that accessory just doesn't exist. Yeah, I got dunked in the lava there. Not the best. Fuck. Fuck! I don't think I could have actually not gotten hit there. Like, right as I stood up, I got hit, and I was mashing roll and block, and I still got hit, so I don't think I could have gotten out of that. I don't know, I could have been slow, hard to say. I thought I jumped over that. Oh, you can throw this thing and it doesn't seem to work on these guys. You can also grab people and drain their life, but you can't do that to these guys. I'm messing this up. There's a combo I'm trying to remember how to do. Nope, that's not it. What is it? No, it's not that. I think it has to do with, like, clicking forward. There's that. I don't know, whatever. About to die over here. Really struggling with those big guys. There is a scarab here, I remember. It's right there on the side, but something's up here too. And before bats. Oh my god. I have never been more okay with using magic in my life. Are you kidding me with that? You do a little puzzle, right? You find an optional treasure chest at 1 health and it's full of the fish. I could have died so easy there. That's so mean. That's so mean. It's like, oh look, you found a chest, maybe it'll give you a healing item. Nope. Die, bitch. Nothing like a mimic. Come on! I'm gonna die, I think. Okay. I could have, you know, used a healing item and switched weapons, but I was like, you know what, game, you can have it. You can have that life. I didn't even want that life. I didn't need that one. We got a better one. Ghost fish. Did I not save after doing all that? I think I just didn't save when I healed. Yeah, okay. Alright, I'm gonna use the big boy because it's good for these guys and it looks pretty cool. I've said this when I streamed this like 9 months ago. If you could play as a different character, you could be a beefier boy, like, you know, like a big badass samurai guy. You know the dude in GUDAGUDA 3, the challenge quest in GUDAGUDA 3? If you could be that guy, I would use this weapon as my main weapon. It's awesome, right? It's got a pretty decent sized moveset. It's very meaty. It's very fun, right? But because Ryu is a bit of a shrimp, it looks stupid, right? Like, I mean, look at me. No, like, just no. Put the sword down, you twig, and, you know, eat a sandwich, right? Like this, it don't work on him. He's too small for this. Like, you're not Guts. Thank you for just getting in the camera. Okay, can you stop with, look at this guy. I'm getting cheesed. He did that punch move like 6 times in a row. He knows what he's about. I think I'm supposed to get behind these guys or something. Yeah, I think that is the key to these guys, is get behind them, because they do have an attack that they can do when you're behind them, but it's like more predictable and slower. Like, that's pretty meaty right there. Yeah, I think getting behind them is the way. Okay. It's fish time. I got this, chat. I got this. Excuse me. Uppercut, yep. He likes the uppercut. He's a boxer. How you doing, Hex? Why am I even opening this? I don't know why I'm... At least I can see them as they spawn. Bro, what is he doing? I'm getting mind gamed. What? What? I like how you could see him move like a centimeter to the side and then I could hit him. I don't understand. Okay. What did the fish ever do to you? Murder me many times. Waste my health. Kill that one ninja guy back there in the ice cave. These guys are the true final... Dude, there's a whole zone dedicated to these guys, and you have to, like... It's just... Oh my god. You gotta space out your attacks or cheese them, pretty much. Fuck. I don't remember... What is that one move? I think it's 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there it is. That can be really good for them. It's got like the ending part. And the main thing with them, if you're good, is like You stop attacking when you don't need to be swinging anymore. That way you don't commit to like a move that has a long recovery time. Like that. You don't want to do that. That way you can start attacking again almost immediately. That's like the main thing. So just don't suck is generally the way. I think you like melt the ice here or something. Oh yeah, this is another thing they changed. In the original, throughout the level, there was ore. And like when we went that other way to that door that was blocked, there used to be ore there. You had to get enough like ore throughout the level to actually activate that pot, but now you can just walk up to it and activate it. That's kind of like part of the course in this, is they kind of made everything a bit more streamlined. And a lot of the puzzles they just removed. They just took them out. And in some cases, it's probably for the best. Like some of the puzzles in the original were actually annoying, but overall, I actually like a lot of the stuff they took out. But my main issue with Sigma is actually what they put in. Like they added in like, you know, new bosses that are just terrible. And you know, they added, you know, Rachel, which is a good idea, but it's not implemented particularly well. And they added like new trash mobs that fucking suck, like the guys on the bikes. Like they're just so sloppy, they just feel super out of place. I should not have done that. Fuck, I thought I was free. You're never out of fish hell. Wait, am I supposed to go down? Yeah, I'm supposed to go down. Oof. How to die. Yeah, there's, if I remember correctly, there's 50 or 51 scarabs. So I've got most of them. I really do think I missed one though. Which sucks. That'd have been cool if I could have just gotten them all in one go. Okay, that's later. I should have saved. Whew. I think you go back to the ice part now, because some of the stuff is melted. Yeah, before I remember there was ore over here, and there was just ore throughout the level that you had to grab. Look at this rat. I don't know if he's helping me or hindering me. Rat jam. Okay. A little bit of hot foot there. I think that's way later in the game. And we're getting close to Awakened Alma, which is like... It's debatable what the hardest boss in the game is, but most people say that's the hardest boss, and I like half agree with them. I'm not really sure. Like, she's not easy. She's absolutely not easy. But there's some other nasty bosses in this game. She has a really cool boss theme, though. Now, I think you can just take that back, but I do think there's other stuff you can do in here. That has got to be the easiest scarab to find ever. I think this is a boss right here. It's not the main boss of the zone, but I do think there's a boss in here. Yep. Okay, cats though. Okay, really good camera work. Oh, hello ice. This cat. Oh, he killed the cat. Thank you, sir. Big help. It's a grab. Remember, if he grabs you, it's pretty much death, but it's pretty easy to avoid that. Okay, you know what? That's enough of the fucking cats. I shot the boss and not the cats. Oh, feels good, man. Oh yeah, when you grab someone, you can like do this push-off attack. That's really cool. I'll see if I can remember how to do that later. These are probably not the enemies to try that on. Oh, got it with the sword throw. Feels good. Woo! I kind of asked for that. Every time I go into the air, he does that, which, I mean, I guess would be the intelligent thing for him to do. Okay, the cats, though. Shoot the cat, shoot the cat, shoot the cat. There you go. The cat didn't die? Son of a bitch, man. Alright, we got him. But I have to really fuck this up to lose right now. Jesus. The boss is easy, it's the cats that are annoying. Which I do believe is the point. Oh, excuse me. Oh, I see. You fall down from up here. I just have a feeling there's gonna be fish somewhere. It's just every time I see a treasure chest now, it's like, oh, you do something optional to get loot? Oh, how dare you? Okay, it's actual. Oh, that's like the most broken ass spell in the game. It's really good for Alma. It's like the best way to deal with her ads, and it can knock her over. It's super good. It makes that fight a lot easier. Also just good in general. It's like an I kill everything button. He doesn't even have eyes. Yeah, I guess he just like held on to it, right? It was like an item that he had. Alright, we probably wrap up there. It is getting a bit late, and it was just a bonus stream. But we'll do more of this soon. I hadn't played it in so long. I was really in the mood. But I'll try to play it again soon because I want to, you know, beat it again because I haven't played it in some time. Anyway, thank you all for hanging out. I will see you all tomorrow. Peace.